All right, let's get this show on the road. Got that. What's up, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? We're back. We're so back. That looks good. That's good. Okay, I'll keep those both open. Freaking love the Baldur's Gate 3 OTS. It's pretty good. Like, I can't even lie. It's fucking slapping. That's so weird. Why did that not show up? Okay, I'm just gonna refresh that. I think that's good. Oh, now it shows up. Okay, cool. Good job, Caster Labs. What about the other one? Does it show up on the other one? Yeah, it did. It did. I misread the title. I was like, why are we going to Baldur's Gate? Yeah, fair. Valid. Oh boy. Okay. So that's good there. I'm gonna do this. Let's see what happens. Actually, no. Yeah, let's do that, and then let's do this. Actually, you need to have that other window open. Oh, it's not recognizing me. Hold on. We can fix that right quick like. Dude. There we go. Awesome. And then let's get that one and that one. Okay. Up. Good. All right. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so let's turn that one off, and then let's switch to, let's do that one, and then there we go. Haha! We are here. What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's me, follower Toshi. Is it still having the, yeah, it's still having the slowdown thing. So let's do this. Let's pull that down, and then let's see what happens. Okay. No, it seems to be still having that lagging issue. That's so dumb and frustrating. So it's like, okay, fucking OBS. I don't know why OBS is doing that. I don't even know why it's if it's like OBS specifically, or if it's what is it? What is it? If it's the PNG tuber. Like it'll do that. Like when I'm not on OBS, it'll do this like slowdown thing where my PNG tuber starts bouncing around all slow like. Oh my goodness gracious. I've never had this as an issue before either, so it's like, what the fuck? What the hell? Okay, so let's adjust that. Okay, so that's good, that's good. What's up, my pit boss? What up, everybody? How's it going? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody feeling? We're gonna get back into some Baldur's Gate 3. Let's go. Iron Man honor mode run, the Bald Lock run, the big show, the big game. Okay, well now it's not doing that. I don't know what the hecky, you know? I don't know. Let me load this back in. Was it just that one? Yes, but we want to turn these ones off because I'm using those on my Bade save. And we don't need a whole bunch of nonsense. Oops. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. So that's dope. That's dope. Why don't you like relaunch Caster Labs? Why is that not showing properly? I swear to God, live streaming is such like a juggling act of nonsense. Like I need to have like 4 programs open just to do the live stream the way I want it, which is like, you know, fair. But like at the same time it's like, oh my God, I gotta have let's see, what do I have running as like ongoing stuff? I have Caster Labs, I have Streambot, I have Tickfinity. For some reason, so like Streambot is interesting. I've been tinkering with it recently. It seems like it's a really powerful tool for streaming and is sort of like an in-between thing between what is it? In between what is it? In between like plugins and stuff, like different plugins for like multi-chat overlay and like ads and stuff like that. If you guys were watching yesterday's stream, actually, you know, we weren't. I don't think I actually have it set up on the home screen here properly. But we have a new ad system, a new notification system that will show ads, or that will display ads. And it's interesting. It's like a smaller, more subtle thing. We have a separate one that shows that gives like notifications of when an ad is about to start, you know, this, that, and the other thing. But it's, you know, it's sort of like hobbled together. And this one is sort of like a part of a larger system that I'm trying to use. So it's like, okay, you know, we'll mess around with that. But like from what I'm reading, I'm having an issue with the multi-chat stream where for whatever reason, like the multi-chat stuff has to connect to Streambot, right? And Streambot then has to connect to both OBS as well as whatever streaming platforms I'm streaming on. So Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, stuff like that. For anybody who was here during yesterday's stream, you may have seen during the on-screen chat that both Twitch messages as well as TikTok messages did go through, but just consistently no YouTube messages actually showed up on the overlay. That is a flaw, and from what I've seen and from what I've had people tell me, that is an issue on YouTube specifically, and I don't fucking know how to I don't know how to fix that. So it might just be a case where we have to go back to the old overlay system, which isn't terrible. It's just not like the best because I have to like there's the old system that I use for overlay or for multi-chat overlay. For whatever reason, even though it says that it works with TikTok, only actually shows YouTube and Twitch stream chats. And so I need to fucking have an entirely separate overlay chat just for TikTok. It's so ridiculous. I don't like. I mean, there is like peculiarities with different multi-stream setup stuff. It's not like a perfect art, and it's not like an exact science. It's sort of like is what it is. But it's like, man, there are so many that just kind of like advertise themselves. It's like, oh yeah, this works with like all this stuff right out of the box. TikTok is a little weird when it comes to live streaming. So there's a bit of not wiggle room, but there's a bit of kind of like extra stuff that you have to do when actually trying to get that to work, right? And it's really just, you know, it's it's very much like first world problems. Like, oh no, all of the stuff that I'm working with doesn't work exactly the way I want it to. But it's like, you know, it's not a huge deal, and more so to the fact it's more so like a convenience more than anything else. Like multi-chat overlay stuff kind of makes streams a little bit cooler, but I mean, me personally, I don't know if I'm judging just, you know, based on like, oh, what kind of flashing lights and like plugins and fucking fucking plinko fucking sound effects and overlays am I gonna see when I'm watching this stream. I usually, again, I've talked about this before, I'm not a big like stream watcher, you know. I don't really like, outside of like, you know, friends and stuff like that, I don't really watch live streaming. It just I don't know, it just never really like clicked with me. But to that effect, if, you know, I usually decide who I want to watch for streaming and stuff, or who I like, you know, enjoy as a streamer based on like, you know, the games they play, their skill sets, their personality, stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just fucking rambling at this point. What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's me, Follower Toshi. Welcome back. We're fucking so back. Guess what? We're back to playing Baldur's Gate 3. Are you guys excited? You better fucking be, because if you're not, I'm coming to your house and I'm crying on your couch. Why don't you like me? You do a pretty good job keeping up with us yapping across 3 platforms while streaming and gaming. Well, it's really fucking easy because I have 3 screens. So like but when we were having that ongoing problem of with YouTube chat just not showing up on any streaming thing, I had to have so I have like 2 monitors side by side and then one on top, right? The one on top, I have the actual like window where the YouTube stream is going, so that I can see the YouTube chat as well. It's a little bit of like, you know, extra processing stuff, and at this point, like, I don't really need it. The downside with the streaming software and the setup as I have it now, I kind of need to have it open in order to start and end the YouTube stream. Like, I have to actually manually hit a button, which is like, you know, kind of annoying, but again, first world problems, right? But yeah, so I have that open, and then on my second monitor is OBS, and there's I have a Caster Labs dock specifically for chat, and it's on the left side of the screen, which is like right next to the other screen. So it's literally just like I'm gaming, and then like I look over like half an inch and I can see chat. So I'm pretty good at keeping up with that. It's not exactly like I'm out here fucking doing backflips and fucking juggling plates and like, oh my god, look how talented I am, fucking keeping up with the game and keeping up with chat and just being like, whoa. But it is, you know, like it's one of those things where if you set stuff up right, it doesn't really, you know, it's not really like a huge thing. But it is one of those things where, like, I guess more so it's like from my standpoint, right? I see things that could be better that most likely people in the audience like don't even fucking realize is like an actual thing, right? With the older chat system, It was sort of like up in the up in like the top, like you can see my mouse here, like up in this corner of the screen, on like the full game screen. So like chat would be all the way up here in the corner, and it's like it wasn't like super tiny, but it also wasn't like super huge. And if your eye is mostly focused on like the center, or even like down here where I am, down in the bottom corner here, which like, I mean, I'm just a fucking yapping, bouncing fucking PNG guy. I'm not like doing anything like fucking crazy, like, fucking busting a move, getting wiggly with it. Like if I had like a full 3D model or anything like that. So it's like, the eye, it's one of those like human psychology things where like your eye will instinctively be drawn to whoever is like the speaking character, even if that speaking character is just like a PNG, right? I see myself doing it all the time with other VTubers that I see in like, TikTok videos, and every once in a while I'll pop into like a random live stream and be like, what's going on here? And like I'll be watching the gameplay, and then when the character starts talking, my eye will like instinctively, go to the corner to look at them, even though they're literally just kind of, doing what I'm doing and just like bouncing around a little bit. So it's one of those weird bits of human psychology. But like, there's never like a lot going on my screen, and it's never really like the big major focus of my live stream, but I still like, like having it simplified, easier, combined, just a little bit more, a little bit nicer than it was before, a little bit more convenient for me than it was before. With Streambot specifically, there's like a pop-out window for chat, and I figured that I could probably do like, if I pop that up, then I don't have to have like a Caster Labs dock on OBS. I could probably take a different window and put it over OBS, like, like a research window, and just have chat like, up above or whatever, something like that. Always sort of like trying to make my setup better, trying to make it a little more, succinct in a way, a little bit more not dynamic so much, but more so like easier to navigate in a sense. And there's like one really annoying guy on Twitch most of the time. I mean, like that's a lot of people on Twitch, but like, are you thinking of somebody specific, or just like the general people? There we go. Sorry, I had to respond to a text message. That's the secret chat. That's the secret chat. Everyone's annoying. All of you piss me off. I was talking about your viewers you have to deal with. Oh yeah. I mean, like it's to preface, I'm not going to make this a fucking, big ginormous yap session like we did yesterday, which was really fun, actually. That was, I don't do like just chatting where like I'm literally just talking for the entire stream, partially because I feel like those streams are a little bit more interesting if I have a more dynamic, like if I had like a 3D model, I feel like that'd be a little bit more interesting. Or if I just had like sort of a different setup, like you guys have seen like my shorts and stuff, like maybe if I had it set up to where like the TV here was like smaller, and in the background and I had the desk here and stuff like that, maybe something like that would probably be a little bit more interesting. But I don't really do a whole lot of streams like that, partially because my streams aren't really set up for that, and I feel like it'd be more interesting if I had a full model to make me seem a little bit more dynamic. But also it's like, I feel as if I can sort of like, walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, right? I can play games and I can chat, and I feel like if I just chat, then some people are maybe not going to stay tuned in for as long as I would like them to as a live streamer, which I know sounds weird because like I'm already doing that, but sometimes I feel like I sort of get spun, like if I'm like yapping for a while about like a specific thing, and I can sort of get like spun into my own like fucking cycle, and I sort of like either forget what I'm talking about or just like end up repeating myself. And it's like, fucking Toshi, you made your point, But I think you guys like chats like that. And it's like, I don't know. I never, for like live streaming stuff, I never wanted it to be just like, strictly gaming or like strictly chatting. But, like good yap sessions are always a good palate cleanser in a sense. Toshi's a grumpy dude. You damn straight. I'm so fucking pissed off at everything and everybody. BTW, I'm just kidding. BTW, I saw there's a new mod that added third-person view in BG3 auto switches to top-down during combat. Yeah, I also saw that. It looks really, really cool. One of the interesting things about Baldur's Gate 3, maybe not specifically interesting about Baldur's Gate 3, but I feel as if a lot of people, if not the majority of people, specifically mod through the in-game mod stuff, right? Which is good. It's a solid modding system. But there's also like, they don't use like mod organizer. Like there's a bunch of mods like on the Nexus and stuff. But it's not, they don't use mod organizer or Vortex or anything. Maybe some of them use Vortex, but there's like a separate plugin thing, and it's not even really like super complicated, at least for the mods that I had to like go to the Nexus to find. But yeah, I don't know about the third person thing as like a mod that I would have. It seems really cool. I'm just sort of like built into the perspective of the game where it currently stands. But I would absolutely like try it out and just see like, all right, how does this feel, right? Because even though it doesn't seem like it, the camera angle of a video game makes a huge difference when it comes to like the tone and general vibe of the game, right? I would argue that if to specifically stay in like the wheelhouse of like Bethesda, I feel as if like Skyrim or New Vegas, or not New Vegas, but like Skyrim, Fallout, Elder Scrolls Fallout, you guys know what I mean, like any of those games, I feel as if they were if they were either like strictly third person mode or like top-down view would be kind of weird given the nature of the game. But if they were like strictly third-person view, I think they would just feel a lot different. They wouldn't feel as personable, It's kind of like how GTA feels a little bit like when they first added first-person mode to GTA 5. It felt really strange, right? It didn't feel bad, but it was a very different sort of perspective. Mostly, I think the big takeaway is like whether or not you're playing as like an identified character, right? Because in GTA, you're playing as characters that have names, backstories, pre-established history, stuff like that. But in RPGs like Baldur's Gate 3 or Fallout or anything like that, you're playing as your own character. So putting yourself more into the direct shoes and behind the eyeballs of a character that you made yourself creates a much stronger connection between you and the character you make. It makes it more immersive in a sense. Sort of different than how like GTA and Rockstar handle immersion. More so in like immersion of like environment compared to immersion of inclusion, I guess would probably be a proper way to say it, right? Like you feel like you as the player are a natural part of the world because you're in a first person a first person position. Which is kind of why I don't really, because like I'm not funnily enough, I'm not really like the biggest fan that Cyberpunk has you locked in a first person perspective, but at the same time, it's not really it's not even really egregious. It feels different, like not having at least that option. But I think mostly that's because I came from a lot of background, specifically where I was playing, Fallout and like Elder Scrolls and stuff, where I'm in like a first person mode most of the time, right? I love exploring around in third, but I can't do combat at all. Yeah, in Bethesda's games, third person combat is just odd. It's weird. It's not awful. I would argue that third person combat in like Fallout 4 and Starfield feel the best. It's okay in 76, but I don't know. It just doesn't quite feel the same. But those styles of combat in those kinds of games, specifically in third person mode, it doesn't feel as good in combat. Exploring and stuff like that, oh yeah, solid. But third person, I don't know, not quite to the same extent. But again, as far as that mod goes, the third person mod, it looks pretty neat. It looks very well done, actually. They did a good job making it third person. I'd be interested to check it out just to see how the game feels differently, right? One thing I actually did I actually post about this in the Discord? I don't have the Discord up right now because I closed it to try to save a little bit more kilobits. But if I didn't post about it, I'll post the YouTube video. Somebody has made a mod or has been working on a mod for several years. You guys know how there's the what is it, like the like Elder Scrolls Online, Skyrim Online thing. I don't think it's called online specifically, but there's like you've been seeing it going around in the like on the socials recently, where it's like there's like servers where you can multiplayer in Skyrim, right? Which looks kind of crazy, kind of funny. It's a little bit like GTA or like what is it? It's kind of like GTA or Red Dead Redemption role-playing servers. Everybody who's in the game is role-playing as like, a character in that universe. And like there's no NPC, so everybody's just kind of like, making it up as they go along, right? Real fun like LARPing shit. But it's a multiplayer thing. More so in the sense of like an MMO, but multiple people playing at the same time. Somebody today, again, I don't have the Discord and stuff open. I'll post about it in the Discord after the stream. Somebody has posted a video showcasing the work that they've been doing on effectively the exact same thing for Fallout 4. They showcased it was like, on one computer, but it was two different instances of the game running, where he was able to make one character, leave the like character creation that they made specifically for this mod, and then make another character, and then also leave, and showed that like, damage was working, physical, like, punching somebody connected, and then shooting them also connected. So it's funny because I remember like years ago hearing somebody was like actively working on a Fallout 4 like on like co-op multiplayer thing. I don't know if this is the same mod. I don't know if this is like a still in development thing. But it looks pretty fucking cool. And that just makes me think, if like we're in I don't know how long it would actually take for something like this to be, public ready, but it's crazy that there's this like big pop off of an online role playing Skyrim server, and now there's probably going to be an online role playing Fallout 4 server in the same vein. That's so fucking cool. It's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to go on, since it seems like there's like PvE and stuff, but I'm excited to check it out. We got an ad break starting here in 10 minutes. I'm going to let that run. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to We're gonna pop right back in and play Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, I'm back. Let's get that open. Good. Okay, and then this one. All right, what I miss? Let's see. Yeah, you can rent a gaming server, like Nitrado for $150, $125 a year. That's not actually too bad. Split the bill between friends. It's amazing. Yeah, that's pretty fucking solid, actually. What is Nitrado? Is that for like running like those online like co-op mod servers? Like it's a server space for multiplayer gaming, stuff like that. Okay. Okay, let's hop on in. Now I have to fucking remember what the hell I was doing. This fucking 2 weeks ago last time we played. Good God, everybody's beat the shit. Okay, yeah, I think, what was the last thing we did? Oh yeah, we got Sazza. We got her all set up. Let me, I don't know why fucking, oh yeah, let me try doing this. What does this do?
How much farther can I go?
That change anything? That changes absolutely nothing. That's actually low-key, high-key crazy. I don't know why that's doing that. Is it a bit ratio thing? I don't think it would be. I don't see why it would be that. Let me check something real quick.
Is that blood?
Oh, that was the NPC. Okay. I thought it was one of my companions. Due to GPU bottlenecking. Interesting. First playthrough? No, this is, I can't even think of what playthrough this is. I've never actually finished the game, but this is, as far as, like, a bald lock run, this is technically our second attempt. I fucked up with the, what is it? I fucked up with the owlbear encounter, and because it was, and like, I basically originally, set it to be like, okay, fucking, you know, you guys, you go here, and you get murdered by the owlbear. But I fucked it up because I didn't I forgot to like advance the day. Let me move this up a little bit. I forgot to advance the day so that when I would have gotten to the owlbear, they would have been dead. I unfortunately did not do that, and I just went straight to the owlbear, and they were both there, and it started combat, and we got wrecked. we got destroyed. Something ferocious. Okay, so we already came up here and did that. I really don't know why OBS is lagging like that. And it's specifically, like, it's not even, that's so weird. I want to say partially it's because of StreamerBot, but I also don't know if that's the case. That's so frustrating. And it's only specifically when I'm clicking on the game. Like, now it's lagging because I'm in game. And it's not even, like, lagging consistently. That's so weird. And it's OBS specifically. It's not like the fucking, it's not like the actual, like like just my PNG guy. That's so weird. I don't get that.
Not as bad as it could have.
Maybe And see, like now it's kind of it kind of like lags every once in a while. It's not a super consistent thing. It's very strange. Okay, Nitredo is a popular brand because it integrates with PC and console. It comes with pre-select games to install. It's dummy-proof, but you can nerd out, install anything. That's pretty cool. That's pretty dope. There's so many like cool and interesting, new softwares that are coming out specifically for like game development and like game service. Recently, there's a what is it? There's a local like gaming event organizer in Portland, right? For like people who make games, right? Independent developers. It's called the Portland Independent Gaming something to that effect. Like Portland Independent Gaming something. I think there's an extra thing at the end. But and like it's called Pigs because it's Portland Independent something. It's just something. It's not like service or anything like that. But I went to an event that they had going on not that long ago. Oh fuck, did I miss an event? No, I think the next event is on. I gotta check the calendar. But they had an event going on nearby, and it's nothing like crazy. It's just sort of like a little like public group work thing. A lot of people like, bring their laptops and they just like, fucking work on whatever game they're working on. And if anybody comes over and like, hey, what are you working on? And then they chat, mingle, stuff like that. But it was interesting because when I went to the event, I talked to this guy who wasn't specifically making like a game or anything, but he was making this software where you could effectively just like port. It would basically allow you to automatically port audio into a character model, and the character model's mouth would like automatically sync to the audio. And then like you can make adjustments if it needed to be like a little bit more fine-tuned, a little bit more exaggerated, stuff like that. But it was like really fucking crazy. Like, oh my God, that is like insanely powerful, because normally you would have to like maybe not do all that shit by hand, but like it would be a much more like time intensive process to get all that working. And it's just crazy. There's so much new and interesting software specifically around like game development and game support that's just like always coming out. How is this different from a normal honor mode run? So, if anybody is familiar with what an Iron Man run is, it's effectively honor mode in like base Baldur's Gate 3. But what it is there's. So think of it very similar to like a Nuzlocke run in Pokemon, right? You traditionally, we're doing it a little bit differently. Also, I know I gotta switch over to the other screen here. I'm aware. But it's similar to a Nuzlocke run in that under normal conditions, under like strict conditions, we're doing a slightly modded playthrough where we're going to bring like the whole team with us just to make it a little bit more fun, right? The basic rules are, I actually need to fucking pull I really should have like saved the rules. I had a thing open that had like the broader rule set, and I didn't fucking save it because I'm dumb. But effectively it's I could go into explaining a Nuzlocke run in Pokemon. That's kind of a slightly different thing, but similar. But for Baldur's Gate specifically, you only play with the characters in the order that you pick them up in. So the first like several number of characters is going to be Gale, Shadowheart, Lae'zel, and Astarion. And depending on the order that you pick them up in, you only play with those team members. You are limited to 4 people per team, counting yourself. So whoever the 5th person is you pick up, they're going to have to go back to camp. You play on honor mode, which is the hardest difficulty. One save, no backup saves, no auto saves, nothing like that. And you basically, just not really play as long as you can, but the goal is to like get to the end of the game. You can't use any healing outside of combat. So no healing spells, or sorry, you can't use any healing in combat. So no potions, no healing spells, nothing like that. You can't use any revival spells. So if a character goes down in combat, you know, you can always pick them back up. But if they die in combat, they're gone forever. They are checked out of the game. They have been swept off of this corporeal realm. And effectively the challenge is to get as far as you can with the end goal of finishing the game. If you have a total team kill, or if you have a total team kill, then boom, game over. You gotta restart the entire run. There are some more like hardcore rule sets where if your Tav, so like your main character here, if they die, you can either like roll a dice and just like, you know, assign numbers to your different companions so that one of them dies in your stead, or you just restart the run. It kind of depends on, you know, the flavor of the person playing the game. It doesn't have quite as hard and fast rule sets as like a Nuzlocke run does. But it has pretty consistent rules. Let me see if I can find the. Let me see if I can find the. Because like I got most of the rules from like a page online. Let me see if I can find it again. Honor mode is hardcore. Honor mode is pretty hardcore. Specifically because of the like one save thing.
We don't even know these people.
Yeah, that me personally, that's sort of like the most daunting thing. A lot of the rule sets, like in like normal honor mode, just that is sort of like the big scary thing. And then like if I were doing it unmodded, where I was only limited to 4 companions, oh, I'd be stressing. I'd be fucking psychoanalyzing, like meta analyzing every single move I made before I made it. Like every single move. It'd be crazy. Let's see. I think this is the website.
Calm down, please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
Where is it? It's on here somewhere. Oh, I think. Oh yeah. Okay. Does this have the whole? Yeah. Okay. I think I got the whole thing. I've been trying to reach you about your vehicle's extended warranty. Joke's on you! I don't have a vehicle.
You just care about your stupid.
I have run away from you. What up, Jab? How's it going? All right. So I was able to find the oh god. I was able to find the larger rule set here. Okay, so yeah, the core rules, play on honor mode, which we are. Permadeath, if a companion dies, not merely goes down, they're gone permanently. No revival scrolls, no withers resurrection, and no true resurrection. So again, if a character dies, they're gone. They're donezo. Your starting class is permanent, so no respecking characters. Let's see, mini versions also randomized subclasses or companion classes. to prevent optimized builds. Oh yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So we can't. One of the things is we can't use any. What is it? We can't use any of the hirelings. We don't get to use them. We're just strictly stuck with the like actual companions in the game, like the named companions. Randomized subclasses. That's interesting. Resource restrictions. Yes. Limited long rests, often one after each major boss encounter. A lot of these are sort of like, because again, there's no like hard and fast rule. The limited long rest thing, I don't think I've done a long rest at all in the game yet. But the interesting thing with the way that we're playing it right now is that because we're going to have like a large party like really soon, we're probably not going to need to long rest super often. So we could probably like bank that after each major boss encounter. So that would probably include like the void spider, maybe the pack of gnolls, stuff like that. Maybe I don't know if that specifically would count, but again, like bigger like major boss, obviously like characters like the hag. That's a no-brainer. No camp casting buffs from companions left at camp. Oh yeah, so like again, so that's another one where like you're stuck with 4 players because that's like the traditional limit. So you can't like pop back to camp, have them cast like a spell that affects the whole team, like a buff or anything like that, and then just leave them there. None of that. You also can't manipulate time in the game, so you can't like if you're having a rough go in a fight, you can't have a companion run away, exit combat, and then return to combat just to get like a sneaky shot on them. Can't do that. Optional hardcore clauses, no barrelmancy, so no like crazy exploits or anything, no stealing from merchants, no pickpocketing withers. I actually never even tried to pickpocket withers. No infinite vendor refreshes. No arcane acuity stacking, no tavern brawler builds. That's actually pretty. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Tavern brawler is a pretty crazy build set if you do it right. But like, yeah, I get that. No exploit. No exploits or no unintended bugs. No pre-buffing before initial combat. So yeah, you can't be all like, all right, before initiating combat. Okay. No pre-buffing before initiating combat. Oh, yeah, so you would have to, like, if you wanted to buff, you would have to do that, like, at the start of the day. That makes sense. Recruitment rules. Unlimited companion recruitment, but permadeath applies once recruited. So that says some version is allowed. So, let's see. Others are stricter. Dead companions cannot be replaced after your roster is exhausted. Hirelings are banned, or only limited numbers are allowed. So yeah, again, like I said, mostly like we're stuck with the companions that we have. There was like 1 or 2 other rules that I'm not seeing on this one, but what was it? There was something about like resources or something like that. Like I can't spend money on potions or scrolls or anything like that. There was something about the economy, like specifically with like buying and selling stuff. I can't remember what it was. I want to say, oh yeah, I think it was like we can't spend money on legendary weapons, or maybe we can't spend money at the vendors at all. Was that it? Hold on, let me double check here. It's really interesting because like the big thing that separates this from like a Nuzlocke run is that it doesn't really have a super large community. But it does have like basic rule sets. So the rules are a little bit more like semi loosey-goosey, right? There's like core rules, and then a lot of them are sort of like, you know, making it up as it goes along, just to be like as close to the concept of a Nuzlocke run as possible. Let's see. Many players create economy rules to make gold matter more. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. It was it was like you can only use again, this was like another optional rule that I think is pretty solid, but it was like you can only use items that you pick up in outside of vendors. So like you can't really buy stuff in the vendors shops. You can only use like weapons and armor that you find while out like adventuring and exploring and stuff like that, which I think is pretty interesting. I think we made like one slight caveat for that specifically with being able to buy like camp supplies, so like food and stuff like that for long rests. I guess that kind of balances itself against against the fact that we can only long rest after every like major battle, so we're not really going to need food as often. So I get yeah, I'll probably stick with that. Again, we're sort of playing it like a little bit loosey-goosey with some of these rules, but like there are definitely like hard and fast rules, and then some where we're more so like honoring the spirit of the rules, right? Oh yeah, no potions, arrows, or scrolls and elixirs must be looted or crafted. Hold on. Oh, no buying consumables. Yeah. So we would have to like focus more on like actually crafting those things as opposed to buying them from the vendors. No buying magical equipment. All equipment upgrades must come from exploration or quest. Yeah. Sell only at friendly settlements. Prevents unloading loot after every encounter. Friendly settlements. I guess probably that would be like the Grove or like with the goblins if you align more with them. No selling magical items. If you don't use it, store it or leave it behind. I can't even imagine selling magical items, right? Like named weapons and gear and stuff like that. I can't imagine ever selling those. I always stash those somewhere. No donating to improve merchant attitudes. Donating? Could I just like fucking give him fucking a whole bunch of gold? The trader will be pleased with this offer. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, like one of the like again sort of pseudo rules is like you can't do that. But that's interesting. I've never actually goofed with that mechanic very often. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because we can still like sell. Ad starting soon. Let's go. Yay, ad. Okay. Can I sell the arrows? Yeah, I think I can. Only buy uniques, green, gold, blue, purple gear. Only purchase one purchase per merchant. Forces prioritization instead of buying everything. Okay. That's an interesting rule. Like, again, there's like a bunch of different rules, and like a lot of them are sort of like optional-ish. I think I'm mostly going to avoid buying from merchants specifically. I'll still probably like sell to them just to offload shit I don't need. But as far as like buying from them, I think we'll go with what we were originally going with, where it's like, the only thing we can really sort of like spend our money on at the merchants is food and camp supplies specifically. Maybe do we want to also allow for like alchemical ingredients and stuff like that? Part of me says no, because I know that I'm not really going to fuck with alchemy too much. But another part of me is sort of like, I probably should actually, specifically because like, I kind of need to like use as many resources as I can. So it's like, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, you know, kind of like, I don't know. Let me switch to the right screen here. There we go. Now I got the fucking just sitting on the wrong screen the whole time. Let me see here. Where do I have the other one? Let me check something real quick. Oops, wrong one. Let's go back to there. Do that. Okay. I think that's there. At this one? I think it is. Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be this one, and then yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Okay, let me get that. Now that looks a little cleaner. Yeah, that's fine. And then and we'll just worry about that a little bit later. I think that's okay for now. Okay. I'm gonna eventually have to do it there. I don't know what I would do with it. Okay. Part of me is always like fucking like OBS is open and I got like streaming stuff going, so like I might as well fucking take a quick second to tinker with this a little bit. But then it's always sort of like I gotta play the video game. That's what I gotta do. But yeah, that's fine. I did the main thing that I wanted to do here. Okay. I guess I also don't really want to sell like arrows too much. I should probably sell. Okay. So again, the main thing is we can't revival scrolls off the table. We just gotta. Those are just getting sold. Full stop. Potions, on the other hand, potions we can use, we can hold on to, but we can't use them in combat. So we need to really utilize just everything at our disposal. Specific, enchanted arrows. I feel like we're not gonna get a whole lot of mileage out of the spike ball or the void ball. Probably the void ball, because it sort of like pulls everything into a central location. Easier for like AoE attacks and stuff like that. But we're probably not going to get a lot of mileage out of this, but because we have it, we might as well use it, right? So wow, one? What? Oh, you only have one. Why do you only have 1 gold? Did I sell a bunch of stuff to him already? I probably did, actually. That's probably what I did. Okay. Whoops. Nope, don't want to sit down. Okay. So let's run over here and do this real quick. So we already we already did all this stuff in our last playthrough. Before we got fucking absolutely obliterated. So we're just gonna kind of speed run through all of this. I was contemplating like doing all of this off screen because like again we're really just like running through everything in a sort of like, again, like we've done all this before. And I didn't really want to do anything off screen, just more so as like, see guys, I'm doing it all legit. You guys are seeing everything that's going on. But then like the downside of that is that means I have to like redo everything on screen. But since we've already done a lot of this before we actually got like murderized and stuff, we're just gonna speed through it. Shiny bits. Is this your third run? For the Bald Lock run, for the Bald Lock challenge, this is our second run. We died the first time because I fucked up on the owlbear interaction and told those two I always fucking forget their names because I don't care and they're gonna die in like 10 seconds after I meet them anyway. Well, actually, they're not. I usually just tell them to fuck off, and they go back to the goblin camp, and then I kill them later. Yeah, that one. But that guy and that girl who are in the woods, and their brother gets killed, the dwarf guy, and he's all like, "Oh my god, the player here is a true soul. He's fucking dope as shit. You guys gotta listen to him." And then he dies. And they're all fucking concerned about the owlbear and stuff like that. In the last run we were doing, I told them, oh, fucking go to the owlbear, avenge your brother and stuff like that. Just as like, okay, cool, they're gonna get themselves murdered, and then I don't have to fucking worry about, you know, extra people later on. But then I fucked up and I didn't do a long rest after doing that encounter, because if you do a long rest after that encounter and then go to the owlbear cave, they'll be dead, and then you can sort of like proceed along that part of the interaction without having to worry with as normal, as if they were never dead, or not never dead, but like they were never there, right? You can succeed in the speech check to make the owlbear not murderize you, which I guess technically we don't really need to go in there, because I'm pretty sure because I believe the only reason we have to go in there, do we need to go in there to make the owlbear cub appear at the goblins camp? I can't remember. But that is sort of like the micro goal with that, because I like the owlbear cub. He's fun. Let's join forces. Let's go. Okay. Now I gotta get Will leveled up. Spells. Hellish Rebuke. And then let's see, where is it? Repellent Blast, and I think it's Anguishing Blast. Yeah, Anguishing Blast. Sorry, Agonizing Blast. Like, Anguishing Blast doesn't sound right. Replace spells. I don't think I want to replace anything. That looks good. That's fine. Okay. Oh, I should probably... I always forget that Blue Sky has like a go live feature, and I forget to turn that on sometimes, which is redundant because I'm not actually like properly posting that I'm live on Blue Sky, that I'm live. So it's like, oh, I should probably turn it on, and then it's like I'm not actually fucking notifying anybody on Blue Sky that I'm going live. Which, like, you know, I don't have a giant following, and I'm not like super active on the platform, so it's like, even if I did say something, it probably wouldn't, you know, have a big fucking, you know, return on investment or whatever. But, you know, it still feels like the done thing, you know. Okay, so I don't need that. I'm gonna hold on to that for now. Okay. That's good. Whoops. Alright, cool. Dope. Let's rock and roll. I kind of want to get Scorching Rays, because Scorching Rays goes fucking hard as shit, but Cloud of Daggers probably goes a little harder. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have to fucking Cloud of Daggers is fucking crazy. Scorching Rays is also crazy, but it's more so like it goes like the craziest if you like spec into it. Like if you spec into it properly, it fucking it's fucking like flaming shotgun, or like fucking assault weapon. It goes bananas. Okay, so normally I default to Pact of the Blade, mostly because it sort of like fits Will's whole fucking, you know, fucking sword of the coast, stuff like that. So it like makes sense, but then like the weapon that you are able to like attach to you isn't like the best thing in the world. Like, it's a hexed weapon, which is like, okay, cool. Like, it can't be knocked out of your hands and you're proficient with it and stuff. But it doesn't have, like, any, like, real great benefits beyond that. It has... And like, it doesn't scale very well either. But, like, by the time you get... I mean, assuming that you actually succeed in the speech check, Minzora will give you a weapon that is arguably way better and can, like, get into, like... There's a great one in Act 2. Don't be... Act 2 you get from Damon. Oh, wait, do you get it from Damon? Maybe it's a different one I'm thinking of. I know that you get one from Mazora that's, like, really, really good. And I know that you can get a weapon from Damon. I just can't remember if it was, like, better than the one you get from Minzora. I don't remember. But yeah, the point is, like, Pact of the Blade seems like it's the optimal one for Will specifically. But again, it's not very scalable, and it's kind of middling, you know. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. None of the Warlock boon packs seem really good. Like, Pact of Tome, maybe if you're going for, like, a speech thing, and then, like, Pact of the Chain, like, you get an additional, like, little, you know, an additional combat companion, but he's not super strong, and there's nothing, and it doesn't, like, scale very well. They're all sort of, like, real middling and, like, middle of the road. It's like, here's an additional thing you can do, but it's not, like, real good, you know. Quick question: why does Twitch require you to use your phone number to chat on stream? I don't know. I've never had that issue. I don't know if that's, like, a new thing or if it's, like, something that's, like, required if you're, like, watching on your phone or something like that. That's new information to me. There's a great one in Act 2. It's a Warhammer that adds electric if bound. Like a D6. If bound. But then, like, that's... Can a Pact of the Blade, can you apply... Let's see. You can summon a Pact weapon or bind one that you're wielding. Oh, you can bind one that you already are wielding. Oh! That's why it's actually good. For some reason, my brain never like recognized that additional bit. I thought it was always just like you can summon a pact weapon, and it, you know, it binds to you, and that's the thing. But if you can bind weapons separate from, like, weapons you just pick, that's actually really cool. Yes, and it uses the charisma as the mod, which is really good because, as we can see, fucking Will is charismatic as hell. That's actually dope. All right, that changes everything, actually. Wow, I've just been using Pact of the Blade wrong this entire time. Skill issue. Not gonna lie. I might be mixing up Hexblade, but don't you get 2 attacks with a blade? Hexblade. Might be mixing up Hexblade. But don't you get 2 attacks with a blade? Isn't Hexblade like a spell? Like, you have to cast it, and then, like, it gives you, like, a special kind of sword. Let me see here. Okay, and then that's bind your main hand weapon. Okay, so I'd already have to be holding it. Okay, cool. Cool.
Again.
Hexblade is the subclass for Warlock. Oh yeah, that's what it is. I remember now. I don't usually fucking put too much. I'm gonna be honest. Warlock to me doesn't seem like a really good class. Like, at least in Baldur's Gate 3, it doesn't seem super good, right? Like, I feel it's you know, it's a combination fighter and like wizard or sorcerer, which, like, on the surface seems cool, but then, like, I can never really figure out much utility for it, right? It's like, you know, if I wanted to go with, like, a spellcaster, I would go with, like, wizard or sorcerer, and if I wanted to go with somebody who uses, like, you know, swords and shit like that, I would go with, like, a fighter. It's like I can't. Mono Hexblade Shadow build can be OP. I mean, like, yeah, like, almost any build can be OP, but just as, like, a general, like, use of the build, I don't really maybe it's like a me thing. I can't really get too much mileage out of it. I don't know what it is, but it's always like, I always tend to go with a different class. Again, as I've talked about before, primarily because I'm a paladin main. So like, you know, different play style and stuff, right? But like, I don't know. I just don't get too much of the strong appeal with the warlock. It seems more like a class that is best played from a narrative standpoint, right? As an RPG experience, you get more you can get more story mileage out of playing as a warlock as opposed to like combat.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Of course, like, you know, that could just be me, but like, that's how it seems, you know? Do I want to do... Oh, no. I'm all out of short rest already? Fuck me. Okay.
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
I'm just going fucking negative on potions already. 4 to 13. I'll hold off on second wind for now. Short rest. I probably didn't even use it during short rest. Fuck me. Oh, I'm already fucking up. I usually do Warlock 1 to 2 levels and then the rest in Paladin. Yeah, like Warlock is a good like what is it? Specifically only for like fully maxed agonizing blast, right? Oh fuck! I'm making myself look ridiculous. Is that the name of the ability? Hold on. Oh fucking! Of course, Will's in conversation. Oh wait, no, I can. Eldritch Blast. That's it. I'm stupid. Yeah, like fully evolved Eldritch Blast. That shit goes fucking hard, right? Fucking like. I think you actually need to get like a higher level to be able to cast it like multiple times. But like, you know, a projectile long range attack that can push enemies back, that's crazy. That's so good. And it doesn't require a fucking spell or anything. It's literally just like fucking Force Lightning, kaboom, and it fucking pushes them back. That's badass. If it wasn't for like how strong because again, Paladin main here. If it wasn't for how strong a Paladin main can be at like full level 12, I'd probably do the same thing. I'd dip 2 into Warlock, just get Eldritch Blast, and then the rest into Paladin. Because like, damn, that shit goes hard. Can you imagine being like just so fucking big and tanky, but then also being able to fucking hit him with the Eldritch Blast and just like fucking send him flying and just like go boom, 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 boom. That's fucking crazy. For no spell cost. It has very little. It's an action cost. There's no spell associated with it. That's bonkers. I use it for the Charisma Dex build for my Paladin and the Eldritch Blast scales with the whole level. Yeah. Again, like that. Again, it is that like, you know, dual utilization. I've tinkered around a little bit with a Paladin. A Paladin Sorcerer build. I'm if I remember correctly, the like real meta is Sorlock, where it's Sorcerer Warlock. But again, I get more utility out of the Paladin build as opposed to anything else. But I am trying to finish running through for the fucking second time a like, you know, good Paladin playthrough as my like first time actually finishing the game playthrough, which it fucking has just been. It's been a really enjoyable gaming experience, but it's just been such a fucking slog because what happened is I got all the way to like damn near the end of Act 3, right? I was just about to enter the upper city. I had done all the other questing, all the other missions. I had 100 hours on my playtime. And then I had to reset my computer. And for whatever fucking reason, my save wasn't backed up to Larian's like online, save game cloud file system, which is the only cloud save system that Baldur's Gate 3 has at all. It doesn't have like a Steam backup system. And so when I reset my computer and everything, the whole save was just gone. I was distraught. I was besides myself. I was so mad. I was so fucking pissed off because 100 hours, admittedly, most of that was just in combat, right? And a little bit of me, like, you know, fucking around and like walking away from the computer and to like, you know, make dinner or whatever. So a decent amount of that, but still 100 hours gone, vanished. Thanos snapped out of the multiverse. I was so pissed. I've been using there's like a mod. There's a couple mods actually, but there's one mod specifically that I'm using that's basically like the auto end combat button, right? It just fucking kills everybody. And so I've been spamming that fucking all over the place just to get through combat a little easier. Some fights it doesn't really work that way and actually kind of breaks the game. Which is that sucks. But I did recently get, like, I just got back to the start of Act 3 and just entered Baldur's Gate again. So I'm gonna fucking dig up the Jamotions to run through that again, get back to where I was, and then like play the game legitimately. But then after that, because because again my main like good guy build is a paladin. I'm gonna do a okay, never mind. I'm gonna do a sorcerer, like a dirge sorcerer run. I'm gonna mod it out. I'm gonna get all kinds of fucking like crazy spells and shit, and I'm just gonna go fucking hog wild and just like terrorize everybody. It's gonna be fucking dope. But yeah, that's gonna be pretty fun. I'm excited for that. Just to go off the rails with it and like really like fucking let loose. Are the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4 evil? They're not evil, but they're not good. They are a lot more in Fallout 4 specifically, they lean a lot more into that like pseudo authoritarian technocracy kind of thing, right? Because they're all like obsessed with technology and preservation and stuff like that. But then they do also exhibit a lot of like authoritarian tendencies and aren't really like they're not really like good guys, but they're not really like bad guys. They're just kind of like bad good guys, right? Like if we were to apply the apply them to the D&D alignment spectrum, they would probably be like closer to like maybe lawful good or like lawful neutral, right? Like they're very strict, they're very disciplined, and they're like semi-aligned with like the best interests of people, but they're kind of like one of those like it's my way or the highway kind of factions, you know? Whereas, I mean, I not that it like has to be different, but it's sort of the same with like the Institute, right? They're very like, this is the way we do things. If you're not down with that, bummer, sucks to suck, right? Whereas like a faction like the Minutemen would be a little bit more like, what would they be? Probably like, I want to say true good, but I feel like lawful good would be more of more accurate, right? Maybe that isn't even like really the best. I don't know. That's interesting. I'd have to think on that a little bit. Like the lawful good, yeah. Like it feels proper, but it also doesn't really feel like it fits exactly. You know, it's interesting. That's a question for another day, perhaps. But that does seem right. But it also doesn't seem exactly right. It's interesting. The alignment sheet is more so just like a generalization. Everything's got like shades of grays. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take this one. Whoops. Let's see the buttons. Enclave is lawful evil. Yeah, Yeah, I suppose that would be true. Caesar's Legion would be probably like the actual, like, you know, true evil or something like that.
To reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble.
I gotta, hold on a sec. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it again, maybe I feel like raiders, like raider factions, would probably be like actual chaotic evil, whereas I feel like Caesar's Legion would probably be like neutral evil, right? Because they're more like an ideology based faction, but they're not really like it's very like loosey goosey, right? They do follow a strict set of rules, but it's more so like whatever Caesar determines the rules are, those are the rules. So they're not based on like a rule of law or anything like that, or established doctrine. It's just really whatever Caesar says is the way to go. Whereas just raiders would just fucking do anything. They're fucking crazy. No, we're partners. Stop being mean. Tiefling. Oh, jeez.
I am unfamiliar with the, well, I shall not say culture. Custom, perhaps. You will educate me on matters of this Fey run.
Railroad would be chaotic good. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, that'd probably be a bit more their style. I was thinking like maybe neutral good, but then like the way that they function and a lot of their like ideology, because it's very like idealistic in a sense, would probably fall more into that like chaotic alignment, where they're still sort of like figuring things out in a sense. I'm doing a Brotherhood playthrough, but I don't want my character to be 100% on board with their views, specifically with ghouls. No, yeah, and if you're doing that, you would probably do like that one where you got to go and check out to see what's like the missing food underneath the airport, and you find out about like the ghouls and stuff like that, to just like, you know, let them, you know, shuffle out of there, or like, you know, let them stay down there, you know, whatever like that. But yeah, that's more like an individual like choice and stuff like that. Whereas like joining up with the railroad, you gotta like be on board with most of the stuff that they do. But anything else is like a narrative choice. Like there's not a whole lot of instances where it's like, you know, as a member of the Brotherhood of Steel in game, you have any sort of like larger story,
By covenant, I can say no.
any sort of larger story interactions that involve ghouls specifically. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot that they died. Did I actually kill them or did I knock them out? Okay, I knocked them both out. Okay, that's something at least. Good guy run, let's go. Damon's got some stuff. I need to sell some shit to him.
I have, well, something close.
Piper judging me, hoarding junk, pure evil. Exactly. How dare she judge me? Okay. Damon doesn't have any gold either. Oh wait, no, yeah, he does. I was looking at the wrong menu there. Okay, so sell the battle axe. Fly trap, chance to ensnare targets. If it is not a plant or a beast, I'll hold on to that. And then what was the other thing I was going to sell? Fire resistant, poison. Coat your weapon in oil, receives -1 penalty damage, but targets failing a Constitution save. What is it? Suffer disadvantage on strength checks and saves. Okay, I'm also seeing the like you can see on screen now if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. I got a little. Well, if you're watching on Twitch, you can definitely see it, but you probably can't hear me. But I got a little ad run thing here, specifically for specifically for Twitch. There's not one, or at least I haven't found one for YouTube specifically. But it's here. It kind of looks a little bit better. You know, it's got the loading bar down there. It's got the little ad notification thing up in the top. Pretty solid. Pretty decent. If you're watching on TikTok, you can also see it. I do still need to adjust it a little bit. To, you know, tweak it a smidge just to make it sort of like fit a little bit better. But there it is. Looks pretty sweet. Pretty clean. Plus it's green. And green is the color of nature. And Toshi. Yes Man, I feel would be more chaotic good / chaotic neutral. Yes Man would be true neutral. Yes Man would be 100% true neutral because his whole character is he's a yes man. So he's literally going to go along with whatever you want to do. I can't think of any more like true neutral than that. Was it just that? I think it. Oh, the revival scroll too. That was the other thing. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Let's exit out of here. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. And then let me open this up real quick. Grab this. Oh, there's a fucking little thing. I want to sell that now. Okay. Yeah, I'll sell the pouch too.
Steel. I have, well, something close.
Something close. Something that's steel adjacent. Nope. Okay. I gotta do that in the actual thing. Send this to camp. Put you in here. Don't worry about these a little later. Eventually, I need to drop off the camp supplies at base. But for now, I think this is good. Oh wait, maybe I should have given him Nature's Snare.
Can't afford
Is Nature's Snare a wand or a melee weapon? I feel like it's a melee weapon. Okay.
Penance breeds madness. Like its will be done.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Let's go over here.
It was his caravan.
Ready to do the thing? No, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. They all fucking died. I forgot about that. all his fucking companions are fucking dead. They were all dumb and died outside the fucking camp, or outside the gate. So it's just Arden. Stupid Arden.
You
Yup,
sure
yup,
you
yup.
want to be seen with me?
Yada, whatever. I don't give a shit. You're fucking stupid. You piss me off. You're a little bit racist. You're a lot of bit racist. Wouldn't be D&D if it wasn't fucking chock full of racism. I don't really think I get any sort of like big. I usually try to talk to everybody, even if it's like I don't really get anything out of them, like an item or anything like that. There we go. But I still like to do it because there are a lot of characters where like if you interact with them early, like when you first meet them and stuff, they'll have like not additional interaction stuff, but like the dialogue will reflect that you have already communicated with them. What the fuck is happening? Oh, everybody was still going up the ladder. That's it. Okay.
You're an idiot.
Did I go and do the... I didn't. No. Maybe I should do that just to
No one stopped me yet.
go and do the true soul stuff just to get that ball rolling.
My faith protects me.
I'm also concerned about the harpy battle. Because that's going to be a pain in my ass. Spell is not prepared. Okay. So here's the thing. We can't pre-battle buff and stuff like that, right? So like this is like the best ability to use to protect against the Harpy songs. But we can't, like, per the rules of the Bald Lock run, we're not technically allowed to do that. So we would technically have to wait until like the actual battle starts in order to use Calm Emotion. So we have to like really bank on like Shadowheart not falling for the spell. Okay, let's get rid of that one and get that in there just so we like have it so that later on we can utilize it.
Moving ahead.
There's Zevlor. Let's talk to you.
Have you spoken to Korga? But
Did I already talk to him?
have you spoken to Korga?
Maybe I did? Question mark? I don't know. I know I definitely wouldn't have gone up the ladder, because if I go up the ladder, then I'm going to be in the top section, yes, but then I would have explored all that area, and I would have seen the stuff going on down where they're like, oh my god, he got attacked by an owlbear, blah blah blah, he's dying, oh no. I would have seen that, and I think if I remember correctly, if I sleep after engaging in that encounter, then the encounter isn't there, which I'm trying to not miss as much story stuff as I can. Which is funny because we're fucking blazing through a whole bunch of the story stuff. Let's go over here. We gotta talk to Lady. We gotta talk to Ethel. And then we gotta go and fucking help the girl that's in the shed with broke leg. A severe case of leg not work.
To fill your belly now, while we still can.
The smell is more than enough. Interesting. With an ethereal countenance and long lifespan, elves are at home in nature. Okay, so that doesn't tell me anything about the specific instance, just the race that I am. Interesting. Do I get +1? Does it give me like an item, like a camp item? Fuck it, I'll take it. I kind of want to do this, just because it's a thing that I've never done before, because I don't usually play elf. But I'm gonna take the item if it gives me a plus.
Look, it ain't much.
Yeah, we did. Okay. Yep, there it is. Gruel. Let's fucking go. Okay. What up, Ethel?
Auntie Ethel will sort you out. You take a sup at that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie.
This is an expertly made potion. Nicely done.
Oh, stop with the sweet talk. Here, take the end of the batch, just in case. I'm sorry to go on about it. But are you...
It's difficult to explain. Got my head. It's all fucked up.
Here that could do with...
Storian likes that. Shadowheart doesn't. Makes sense, but yeah.
No, do you need any?
Show me your wares. Yeah, she doesn't really have anything. Corleone's Grace. Bonus to unarmed. Attack rolls and damages. It's a staff that gives me bonus to unarmed attack rolls and damage. Okay, that's odd. While the wielder is not wearing armor, they receive +2 bonus to saving throws. Is this just like you equipped it as like a weapon held by a monk, but is not like actually being utilized by a monk? I don't know. That seems kind of awkward. Any questions, children? I don't know. All right, Donnie. Hit me with that good magic.
He stares right past you.
You all right? You see me, man? Turn around.
Back. The child
investigate
between the rocks.
Let's go. All right, I at least found it, but I'm gonna hold off on that until I do other stuff. That way, when I actually go down there, Mole will be like, "Oh my God, you did all this good shit for us." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I did, kid."
Hold out, yeah. Go on. Take this ring.
Nice sleight of hand, Hamar's flourish, right?
I never learned names or anything, just the tricks. Anyway, forget that. Take the ring. I want to show you how lucky it is.
Where's Hamar's flourish? Fuck yeah! I spec specifically into like a rogue bard build, so that I could take as much advantage of as high of a chance to succeed in as many skill checks as possible. Because I'm gonna have all my friends with me, so combat's gonna be a bit easier. But then like skill checks and combat and stuff like that, or skill check specifically is the area where like I need to shine as the guiding character. Watch me fucking disappear this shit right before your eyes. It's fucking gone, kid.
Weeping, bleeding hells.
Yeah, sure.
Call it. Heads or tails?
Heads.
I've got more where that came from. Real cheap.
Hold on. One coin toss doesn't prove anything.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
There. Happy?
Where is it? Flip the coin again.
I mean, there. Happy? Mister, come on. There.
I'm just fucking rage baiting a child. It's what I do best. Not yet. Flip it again.
Fine. There. Happy? Heads or tails? There. Happy? You're killing me here, mister. You really are.
Well,
Just take the ring, huh? Free sample.
you're a damn straight free sample.
Look at the other stuff I got? Or maybe you just
Okay.
You got it. One sec. That's what I got.
I fucking failed the perception check. You fucking dumb bastard. You deserve to get scammed. He's got like some decent stuff. Pictures of beer. He's got some dried beef sausages. I think some of this was added as part of the, because I don't have like many mods installed, but one of them I think slightly makes like certain, it's like more enemies or something. I think. I don't remember. Oh, you know what it is? It was a different mod that I have plugged in on my main game. Actually, no, I don't even think it was that. I think it was a mod that I was going to be using for my like fully modded run that changes up some of the vendor stuff a little bit. And I think what it did with Mattis here is it only gave him like 2 items, like 5 gold and like a supply pack and then like an old potato or something like that. Nothing like super, really playing into like he's got fucking nothing. He's just got trash. Because right now he's got a actually semi-decent amount of stuff. He's got a shovel, which is pretty good. He's got thieves tools. He's got pitchers of beer. He's got potatoes. Fucking all this stuff is pretty solid. I would, if I was spending money, I would easily wipe out at least like half of his inventory. Don't need the bucket. The rings are ring of resistant to ants, infinite wishes, and ring of being really invisible. Oh, what's this one? Ring of Lachesinus? A small pebble swings from a length of fishing twine tied to this copper ring. A small pebble. I mean, it's very much like telekinesis or something, but like I don't quite know what that word means. Do the bound weapon shop glitch if you're allowing glitches? No, unfortunately, the mod doesn't, or the challenge doesn't allow for like glitches like that. So no barrelmancy, no fucking vendor stuff or anything like that. Gotta play it straight. Plus, I don't know how to do that anyway, so a glob of tree sap studded with dead ants occupies the space where this ring stone once sat. Interesting. Okay, so once I leave this, because I failed to see the perception, I don't think I'm going to be able to see the I don't think I'm going to be able to catch the little girl doing the pickpocket. I don't think, but we'll find out.
Nothing caught your eye, huh?
Nah, it sounds like I failed it. Nothing but junk.
Far be it from me to argue with that discerning eye of yours, sir. Anyway, see you again sometime. Take care. Safe travels.
Oh,
You realize your bag feels light. You were just robbed.
which is really embarrassing for me, a rogue. Yep, and there she goes.
Hey, you're back. Here to buy some stuff?
Have you taken something that doesn't belong to you?
Me? No, promise. I'm just a kid trying to make a living. You know who you should talk to? Moll. She's my boss, I guess. Good at finding stuff. Her office is through the crack in the wall over there, if you can fit.
Oh, okay. So that's a different way of that's another way of getting into the hideout. That's kind of cool. I've been playing this game longer than you. I tend to win.
Yeah, me too. And if you want your stuff back, you gotta talk to her. Go on. Moll's waiting.
Little punk ass kid. All right. Let's keep going. I gotta go do the other stuff, so that when I actually go down there, she's gonna be like, "Well, maybe you did all this fucking stuff, so I guess I'll give you your stuff back." Yeah. He turns into a bear. It's super crazy. Which ones were the parents? These ones were the parents.
We need to get. I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells than.
Why the Jew was holding your daughter?
Foolish child.
No reacting. Hello, Mr. Bear.
You get
Big
back.
and scary. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, let's run around and fucking do all this shit again. There's your questions.
Mind. Successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Didn't you see the tentacle chip was an illicit invasion force? The cops were being brain controlled. Classic rain gang complete with lashers and a smattering of booyogs.
My, a scholar after my own heart. Spent and the
Dragons, really? How goes?
witness declined to comment on nature of dragon.
Les trois of dragon.
Last question. Then you'll be
To
the absolute when they fell apart.
Quite so, they rang the phrase out like a battle hymn.
They did, didn't they? Oh, the scandal.
How scandalous, dramatic. How has McGlubbiot responded?
Oh, I'd imagine him quite displeased.
Quite displeased indeed.
Just preparing to head.
Goblins are known for their mercy. Blah blah blah. Let's talk to the bear. He's gonna be like blah blah blah. So here's one of the interesting things. The game sort of like says like, hey, you know, fucking no like exploits and stuff like that. You know, you can't use like barrelmancy. You can't do any of the like fucking goofy stuff with like getting like, you know, dealing with like vendors and stuff like that. But this is a fucking infinite fishing location because the bear will just constantly smack fish out of the water. So it's like, does this technically count? Because I'm not even fucking doing anything. The game itself is just infinitely spawning all these fish, and I just happen to be picking them up. So it's like,
Objective noted.
fucking like, that's not cheating. The game is creating this situation to allow me to then pick up infinite fish.
All right.
Oops.
What now?
Indolence breeds mad.
Is that everything? Yeah, that was everything.
An efficient path.
Imagine if that guy made a guide, maybe one about monsters. Yeah, I know, right? Is that a reference to, because he is like an actual character in D&D lore, not just like for Baldur's Gate 3 or anything like that. Is that like, are you referring to an actual in-game thing where he was like involved with writing a book about monsters? That's pretty funny. But yeah, I'm just fucking picking up fish over here. And they're 4 camp supplies each. That's fucking amazing. Let's put that right there. Put that right. Fucking Joke's on him, because I have the magic ring. I win in the end, Mattis. You fucking punk ass. Okay, let's go over here and do this, then wrap back around, and then go and do stuff back there. I'm not really looking forward to the harpy fight, not gonna lie. I never am, but like... Did I actually throw the fish? Ah, that would have been cool if I actually threw the fish. Alright, bird. I'm about to take that gold coin you got. Never mind, I'm about to stand directly in your nest. That's my bad, big gamer.
I'm concentrating. Does this look good? Is the coin...
He lets out a tentative
Yep, yeah. Let's see. Let's take the shiny key and the gold. Haha, fuck you, bird. Idiot. Dumbass bird. What's wrong with that? Yeah.
Speak.
What are you saying as a bird?
You do
Blip,
not.
blop, blip. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bong, bing, bong, bing. Yip, yip, yup. Sick.
I more follow
Yip, yip, yup. Yip, wrong. Yip, yip, yup. Doot. Okay. So now we wrap around this way. And then we go up here, do the stuff with Arbel, and then off to the harpy fight. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Doot. Squirrels. What up, squirrels?
Please, make it.
What's wrong? Shut your mouth. I'll kill you. Sing for them. Fuck out of here. Did I say Arabelle before? Alfira. What is wrong with me? Yeah, that one. Just for her to continue.
Thank you.
There we go. What was the song about? I usually sit for that entire song because it's a beautifully done scene, but like, I fucking got time for that shit right now. We got other stuff to do, especially since we're doing a fucking challenge run here, and I don't want to be fucking out here for a fucking billion years. Not that it would take that long, but like you guys know what I mean. We got stuff we got to get caught up on. Fuck yeah, good job, Astarion. Blip blip blip. Sick. When you inspire an ally with bardic inspiration, they also regain 1 to 6 hit points. Yeah. Equip. And then hide that because it's stupid. It doesn't look cool. Okay. Let's go over here. Actually, I suppose we go over here.
Is someone singing?
I don't think there's any like items or anything that we can find over here. It's like, oh, we gotta get this thing. There's rib cages and then a dagger. It's like, oh, fucking tremendous. Just all just bones. It's not like there's stuff inside of the bones. It's just bones, chat. Calm down. Alright. Okay. Let's go over here. We're gonna have to detach Lazelle because she's the only one of us who has any sort of fucking jump. Watch this shit. Boing. Boing. I actually probably could have done that. I don't have a real big, like, strength focus with my character, but, you know, it's pretty decent. I probably could have made that jump.
Can't give up now.
Yeet. It's also easy because I could turn on Psionic Jump, but that lasts only for a limited time, so I don't really want to waste that. I'm probably not going to get like a lot of mileage out of it specifically, but you know,
What to do?
I don't want to waste nothing on nothing. There we go.
Such a pretty song. Shh. Listen.
Shouldn't be standing by the water. It's dangerous. Freak. His pockets while he's distracted. God. That sounds funny, but that's also kind of fucked up. What's right here?
A sweet melody beckons you. It vibrates with magic. A harpy's charm.
Oh shit. Robofarm, focus on the singing. There was once a lady who met with Marrow and tried to disclose it to her foolish fellow. Oh, focus by singing. Okay, so I sort of like do a counter song. Ooh, that's kind of interesting, actually. Have I had that as an option before? I've sort of played a little bit as a bard, but I don't think I've gotten. I don't remember if I've ever done this section as a bard. Okay. Well, it's bard, so let's go for it. I got Jack of all trades, which gives me an additional boost. Only need a 5 though. I was about to say I hit like a fucking 1 or a 2, and it's like, oh no! Like I'd still get it because my my charisma is +4, but like, damn.
The suffocating yearning suddenly fades as the spell breaks.
Sick.
You are free.
Ooh, there, it continues. My God. Her man would not listen. He thought it tall tales until he rubbed up against all of her scales. Her squales. Oh my God. Hey man, I don't know. Some people are into that shit. The internet's a weird, though. The internet's a crazy place these days. Like, holy fuck. Do 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 do. Bloop.
Ouch, my ears. Wait. Why am I wet?
Because you pissed yourself. And because you're standing in water, so that's actually probably the bigger thing. Yeah! Alright, so now we get to enter the fight. Oh, fucking really? There's still you fucking wieners. Okay. Let's see here. So we want to do Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Who's the first one? Okay, so it's you. Oh wait, no, it's you. Okay. I should be able to do that. Ah, fuck, saved against it. Okay. I can't do anything else. Do I have anything I do for an action? Okay, not the greatest thing, but that'll work-ish, I think. Can't do that. Can't do that on any of them. Don't forget to Avier MC the Bard hat. He has it equipped. I just have the hat turned off. Okay, so in that case, we can do this, and then we can get into position to actually hit one of these guys. Should probably hit you specifically since you're the one singing. Pew! Yeah, there we go. Good news all around. We have broken the magics. Hellish Rebuke, let's go. Poof. It's not super strong. It didn't do a lot of damage. Astarion. What the fuck? Was Astarion at full health a second ago? Did he get fucking hit for like fucking 20 points of damage there? God, the harpies fucking suck. Haha, missed. Boom. Hey, look at that. Acid actually came in handy there. Okay. So humanoids can't be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. Oh, I'd have to like, fuck. Okay. Oh, we'll break concentration guidance. Oh, okay. All right, so this is gonna apply to everybody except Shadowheart, which is like dope, but that's not too bad. I don't really want to use Sanctuary, so I won't.
On the move.
I should have done that. I should have fucking moved closer and then used it so she could... fucked up. I'm fucking up already. Okay, so that's 42, 30. Where's the third one? Where'd she go? Where's she at? Oh, there she is. Okay, 42, 42. Okay. 55. 2 to 9. Yeah. Because Eldritch Blast would be, like, okay. Like, it's good for doing more damage. Oh, wait. Fuck. Oh, shit. There's 4 of them. I just noticed that. Oh, fuck. I thought there was 3. I think there's 3 in, like, the in vanilla. But, yeah. Not in this one. There's 4 in this one. I think. Or maybe this is the other mod that adds more enemies. I can't remember exactly. Why can't it work on Shadowheart? It does work on Shadowheart. It's just an AoE thing. And I was stupid and didn't move Shadowheart into the area that would have affected that AoE range. And instead did it from outside of the successful range. Because she was back here. And in order to cover the most people, I cast it here when I could have moved her here and then cast it to get everybody. I was just not being a good manager of my space and my utilities. Okay, well, I have a higher chance of hitting with my main attack than I do Eldritch Blast, but Eldritch Blast is going to do more damage if it hits. But like a fucking like 13% difference is a pretty significant difference in terms of hitting, but it's not as strong. I would only be doing 9 as opposed to the upward here of 3, which is 4 more points, and there's a higher ceiling or a higher floor. But again, main hand has a higher chance of actually hitting. Maybe I'll do... Okay, so that's bleed. Off balance. Weak grip. Weak grip's not going to do anything for me. Off balance, I don't feel like it's going to do anything else. Yeah. Let's make you bleed. Alright, and apply Gaping Wound. That's dope. Ooh, Flourish. Ah, missed on Flourish. I can only use it once. That sucks. Run, small child. Not the greatest situation, but you know, you're working with what you got, so fuck it. Blinds a creature within. Okay. 21, Jesus. Okay. I need to like focus on like I shouldn't spread out attacks. I need to focus on like doing big damage to one at a time. And since that was a critical hit, I'd say that's a fucking giant success. Not enough attack movement. Are you fucking kidding me? Jump. Smack him. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. It's a misinput. Fucking goddamn it. Fucking, this shit pissing me off. I remember doing a, that's something, unless I miss. I don't want to use surge action, though. This is a, oh, God. I'm already fucking this all up. I can't heal in combat, either. Alright, Lae'zel. I actually probably should have used that on Astarion. Astarion is hurt. He is not good. Okay, so I can disengage. And then let's move Astarion over here. And then... Oh, I can get... Yes, okay. Yes, you. Oh, fucker. It survived with 1 health. Oh, the harpy can't be charmed either. I got both of them at the same time. Okay. Yep, that's not going to work because everybody's charmed. Okay. Fly. All right. Lae'zel's doing good. All right, he's not going for... Oh, fuck. God damn it. You hit Astarion. You fucking bastard chicken. Okay, yeah, Will... Yeah, I get a little bit more mileage out of Will right now, so let's go pick up Astarion. That's good. Sick. Okay, one down. And then we got the other one up there, and then you right there. Look, two up. Where's the third? Oh, right over there. I'm stupid. Not paid attention. Run, Murkron. Murkron. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Do you technically count it? No, you do not. Okay. Because she's in water, but she's not wet. I could do Witch's Bolt, which would be really interesting because it would electrify all this shit, but everybody's in the water, and these guys can fly, so it wouldn't really make a whole lot of difference. Okay, 18, 18, 19. All right, lay the damage on you. Fuck you. All right, main hand attack. Cool. Okay, that's good. Your next weapon attack is an attack roll equal to the spear. I probably actually should have used that already. I'll use Second Wind. Just to get a little extra coverage for her. Plus 4 HP isn't really a lot, but beats nothing, right? I am actually doing surprisingly well against this harpy on my own. To be perfectly frank, I am stoked that I'm actually surviving, mostly because the harpy keeps missing. But I feel like one good shot, and I'm donezo. Okay, that's good. Astarion can't do anything except fucking down potions. Oh, that was a good shot, and that put me on a real rough back end. All right, chat. Here's the big question for you, Brian the Awesome. Thank you for the follow. Probably not in chat, probably a YouTube thing, but regardless, big shout out. So here's the thing. What counts? Because one of the rules with we can only long rest after like a big boss battle, effectively, right? What are we technically counting under that stipulation, right? What counts as a big boss battle? Would the harpies technically count? Or does it have to be like the void spider or the hag or clearing, maybe not clearing, but like running through the what is it? Like the goblin camp, right? Stuff like that. Truble on Twitch, thank you for the follow. Big huge. IMO, no. Yeah, like I'm also kind of the same. Like it's a very challenging battle, but it's not like a boss battle, right? Which is kind of puts me in a real bad spot. Because I don't have what is it? I don't one of the rules is I'm not allowed to say, or not allowed to long rest until after like a big battle or like a big mission, right? So I'm kind of jobbed on that one. But then it's like, would I because like if we think of like each different section of the game as like not a different chapter, maybe a different chapter, because there's like different acts, right? Act 1, 2, 3. But then there's sort of like different chapters in those acts, going through like all the stuff at the Grove, going through like the Void Spider and stuff, all the stuff in the in the decrepit village, the hag, all the stuff on the Risen Road, and then the goblin encampment. Would those also fall under a stipulation of like, because there's not really like any rule that specifically says like, oh, you can only like, again, like I don't even think it's like a hard and fast rule where it's like you can only long rest after like big boss battle encounters. But would who do I want to kill here? I want to kill you. Poof. Sick. Maybe I actually should have hit you, because then you would have stopped the singing. But then, like, you know, it's just Shadowheart, so it's sort of like, eh. But because that's one of the more, like, you know, sort of, what is it? Rules where it's like we can only save after a big boss battle. Would we also adhere to a stipulation where we can do a long rest after like those big, you know, markers in the storyline? Like I said, like, you know, running through all the stuff at the Grove, doing all the stuff on the Risen Road, because the Risen Road especially, there's a lot of stuff that goes down on there. And then obviously, like, you know, stuff like the hag and stuff like that's kind of obvious, but oh, fucker. Okay, so I should be able to make this. There we go. Fuck yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure I can just, like, fucking, like, I got some potions, and I'm pretty sure I can just, like, fucking make it work, until we get to the end of one of those big boss battle, situations. But I'm just wondering, like, in the spirit of the rules, what do you guys think as far as long run, or as far as long rests? Because there are some specific story things that will only happen after we do, long rests. Like, they only happen during long rests. So I'm kind of thinking, like, trying to, like, balance that a little bit as well. Do another potion just to get you back up. Watch her. Okay, I was about to say, watch her go and fucking swing at Astarion again. Because she's a bitch.
Down with you.
Come down here and fight. Stop hanging out up there and just singing like a loser. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should... Ah, damn. I should have done that. That's what I should have done. I should have cast Cloud of Daggers while she was up there. But I don't really want to do that either, because I don't exactly have a whole lot of spell slots, and I don't want to waste Cloud of Daggers on one Harpy. So I guess this is fine. Boom. Especially when I have fucking Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast goes crazy. I could... no. I was going to say I could use a scroll, but I don't think I really have anything that's good in this specific situation, scroll-wise. Arrow. Pew. Bitch. Can I get you? Yes, I can. Yeah! Alright. Cool. There's Mirkon. Mirkon.
Are they gone?
Like Shere Khan. Oh my god, I look fucking... I look fucking angry. I'm like, yeah, they're gone. Soothe the child with a calming tune and just start humming to him randomly.
Who are you?
I don't fucking know anymore, kid. I'm Leaf Elrin. That's what... I forgot that's what we named him. His name's Leaf. Slayer of monsters, teller of tales, and savior of yours. The pleasure. Come on.
Wow. I'm Mirkon. Oh no. I had to get the gold. Wait, find a boy called...
Yeah, Dragon Slayer stuff. Sick. Okay, actually, we didn't really take a whole lot of damage in that fight. Like, looking at everything. Like, fucking, we definitely went negative with Astarion a little bit, but overall, that was pretty decent.
That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Well,
such as... Alright, cool. Alright, let's break Lae'zel off, and Lae'zel can go Harpy scrounging. I don't think any of the Harpies actually have anything on them. Oh, a skull. Skull is 1 coin, though. Money is money. Nah. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's run over here, get the chest, do it up. That's good. Eventually, we're gonna have to fucking put money back in the like hand more gold over to our tab, but not right now. All right, let's bounce, boing, and then jump up here.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
Okay, yeah, Gale food, camp supplies. I don't think we really get anything out of these journals or anything, but it's definitely, this area specifically is definitely worth going to for early Gale food, and then a little bit a plus on camp supplies. Read. And then send to Leaf. Whoop, boing. All right, sick. Okay, chat. Here's the big question. What is your like main class, right? What is the class that you find yourself gravitating more often than not in Baldur's Gate 3? I guess more so for all the people who do play Baldur's Gate 3 in the chat. What's like your go-to class? Not specifically for, like, oh, like I can, you know, make this class like overpowered, right? It's unfair to stack the question in that way specifically, because then it just becomes like, oh, sorcerer or paladin, because I can go like fucking crazy hard with them, right? But more so like the class that you are the most fond of and enjoy playing the most, from like, you know, a role play perspective or just like a skill set perspective. Maybe not skill set, but like one of those things where like I like the way that they play, so I usually lean into that. Oh god. Bard time and time again. Bard is pretty solid. Like part, cause especially for me, somebody who usually likes to go with like skill and speech check options, especially in RPGs. I'm a big fan of that build style specifically, but when it comes to this game, when it comes to like these more advanced RPGs, right? The interesting balancing act always comes down to the you know, the attributes, right? In games like Fallout, because like Fallout has you know, an RPG system. Fallout 76 not really to the same comparable extent. It's kind of the same, but it functions a little bit differently. But in like Baldur's Gate 3, for example, because there's multiple different classes that all have like a main focus as to what they're like the attribute that they get the most benefit out of, the for like skill and speech check stuff, the default is charisma. So it's like, okay, I can be a bard, or I can be a warlock, or I can be a sorcerer or a paladin. Any of these classes that utilize charisma as the main multiplier, because that is then going to translate into that's then going to translate into speech stuff specifically, right? So that's going to make that more beneficial. And then the stipulation from there is like, okay, which build feels the most fun to play from like a gameplay perspective? For me, that just always leans into paladin. Unless I'm like trying to go crazy with some magic stuff, and then it's sorcerer. I already sort of ragged on warlock for a bit. BG3 throwing bard, D&D life cleric. I haven't tried a throwing bard. That's really interesting. Like you're kind of combining like a a berserker with tavern brawler, in order to, but having to utilize the charisma instead. How does a throwing bard work? Actually, Star Druid, Life Cleric, multi for D&D. That's fair. I was looking into some, because like there's like, you know, oh, like this is the best build for like Paladin, or like the best build for like, you know, fucking, I was gonna say Archer. It's not Archer. The best build for like Rogue and stuff. To get like the most benefits out of their specific fighting style. Druids are really interesting because it feels more like the Druid's whole role is like summon a bunch of dudes, flood the field, and just like, you know, make it a war of attrition based on like numbers and stuff. But like the Druids don't really do anything like specifically well, but they're very like utilitarian, right? Like they can heal if you spec them right. They can be frontline. They can do like, you know, backline stuff. They can work. They can do like buffs. They can do arena disruption, right? So they can like, you know, summon like spikes and fucking thorns and all that shit. But then like again, they sort of like can just summon out a whole bunch of like extra pals to help fight them, especially when you get into like the higher level stuff. That shit goes hard. On top of all of the utility that they get out of their different beast forms, which sort of leads into the whole like, you know, they can be frontline if they're like, you know, a bear or an owlbear or like a raptor or anything like that. But they're not really like specific for anything. They're very sort of like they can fill any niche. But not, they're jack of all trades, right? They're not really the best at anything, but they can do a lot, which I think is really cool. But I don't know. Druids are interesting. I really like them. I just don't see the same sort of like, oh, I can like be like really strong as this build compared to like some other builds. Armored Throw Monkey is my second place. Monk. I don't know why I added a Y to that. No, yeah, monks go crazy. Like monks can go absolutely insane. Like if you do, I think it's Way of the Open Palm, and then what is it? Like Tavern Brawler and like that kind of stuff. Oh, the fucking monks go like insano style. But like it's a very sort of like glass cannon sort of build to where like if they get hit, they're donezo. But like they can just like move from like one enemy to the other and just knock people out. I also like the Moon Druid / Totem of the Bear Bard. I don't think totems are in this game specifically, so that must be like a D&D specific thing. But yeah, Moon Druid is what I've seen like the biggest, or the most popular anyway. The most popular focus for any druid build in Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's actually Star Druid in game. Fungal Druid gets surprisingly tanky too. I also saw that. I saw that like because it's one of those things where like you go Star Druid if you want more like utility, but if you want to focus on like one specific sort of like major aspect, like tankiness, you go with Fungal Druid, which is really interesting. Also, I'm saying Bar B, not Bard. What is Bar B? Or are you saying you play as a blonde-haired California inspired Mattel toy from the 80s? Actually, no, it's not the 80s. It's got to be like the fucking like 60s or 50s, right? When was Barbie created? Hold on, chat. We have to look up an obscure factoidal on stream. Barbie is a fashion doll franchise created by Ruth Handler and introduced on March 9th, 1959. Okay, so I was actually pretty close. I said like 40s or 50s, but it was like just at the start of the 60s. I mean, like, you know, March, but like still. Wow, interesting. That's still crazy. Wait until you find out that Ken is Barbie's brother. Ken is not Barbie's brother, Porta-Wolf. Shut your fucking mouth. You fucking that throws that throws the entire narrative of the Barbie movie into a much different context. Starts with our Armored Monk from my first honor run. And she was definitely the MVP of my final battle. No, yeah, like I said, they go insane. Monks can go absolutely bonkers. Path of the Totem got renamed to Path of the Wild Heart. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Look it up. They're her 2 kids. Oh, like they were in, like the names were given based on her children. Okay, I thought you were saying like the Barbie toy, and and the fucking and the Ken toy were like in like, you know, the deep lore of Barbie were actually like, you know, brother and sister, which is crazy because they have such like, you know, will they, won't they energy, like not the movie specifically, but like the entire, like it's always like, oh, Ken and Barbie, their relationship. The woman who made Barbie after her daughter and Ken after her son. Yeah, see, like that makes a little bit more sense. But when it's just like, oh yeah, Ken and Barbie are brother and sister, like, no, they fucking aren't. What are you fucking talking about? Thief, poison. What's the actual girl's crime? What's the girl's actual crime? What's the actual girl's crime? The girl crime. We out here doing girl crime. We're doing girl math and girl crime. I'm shorting Barbarian. Barbarian. Oh, Barb. I got you. Yep. Okay. I talked about this before. The chat window for me is a little bit far away. So a lot of the times I have to like really focus on the actual words that are being said in chat, or I can like, you know, my brain will fill in like one letter here or there. So I saw Barb, but it was Barb, but in my brain the B got switched to a D, so it was Bard. I'm like, oh, okay. But no, yeah, Barbarians also go really crazy, especially when you spec them into especially when you start specking them into like Tavern Brawler and shit like that. I've kind of wanted to fuck around with a giant Barbarian a little bit. It's not the most like optimized for build. I think that's still Berserker. But it seems just like the fucking giant bard or Barbarian is just like really funny because it's basically like, you know, you dump all your points into strength, get real big, maybe like every once in a while have to drink like a potion of hill giants. But then, you know, get Tavern Brawler as well. And then I think there's one specifically for throwing, but maybe that's Tavern Brawler. And then you just start like fucking throwing just random objects in the environment, throwing like actual characters just like off fucking ledges and shit like that. And that just sounds so fucking funny. I'm sure. Okay, but yeah, I'm shorting Barbarian, but I think you got confused when I said throwing barb. Yeah. I was like, how do you like a barbarian, a bard specifically that you spec into like throwing? How does that work? Also, funnily enough, I'm playing with someone who has role played as Ken while playing a barbarian. That's really funny. Which, like, I think, because it's not really quite the same, but like they sort of leaned into that like a little bit in like Toy Story as sort of like, you know, like a funny juxtaposition. I think, if I remember correctly, probably not, but like, yeah, especially since like Ken as a character is not really like effeminate, but he's a lot more like in touch with his more, you know, fashion side. So having a character like Ken playing the role of our barbarian, that's really funny. Like, do these severed skulls around my belt look like they're in sequence? That's fucking funny. There was also a giant there were also a giant barbarian, but the campaign had a lot of giants, so the giants thought he was a messed up grunt. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, persuasion. Savannah was more concerned with the nobly sown seed than punishing children, was he not? Big question. I am an elf. I'm a wood elf specifically, so like this is my knowledge.
The words of the Tree Father.
The Ken was the giant bard, and that's really funny.
Oh
god.
Halcyon isn't he?
No.
Add
hate wolves.
I didn't realize you were frightened of wolves, Shadowheart.
Everyone's frightened of something. My fear's hardly irrational when you see the fangs on those things.
Yeah, they are pretty spooky. Okay.
That woman has more. What is youth, if not a. Couldn't.
I know that. It's just. You can trust me on that. You've been
just fucking running through all this shit.
quite a lot. I'm not too hopeful. I suppose we'd go our separate ways. Not
We got someone.
There's someone waiting for me. Let's just say it's a. I don't think I've ever had a confident.
Okay. My God, Gale, in this lighting, you fucking look gaunt and defeated. He's got fucking giant bags under his eyes. It's funny talking to some of the characters when they have like low health and battle damage, specifically Astarion, because he has such like fair skin and his white hair makes any sort of like blemishes or markings on his face stand out a lot more. So it's like sometimes when I'm talking to Astarion and he's got fucking like low health, it looks like fucking Cazador fucking poofed into the middle of the night and just fucking like whooped on him for a couple hours. He fucking comes in, he's got fucking bruises all over his face, sometimes blood, and it's like, oh my fucking God, Astarion, are you okay? do you need to talk to somebody? What is happening? Oh God. Blade Singer winner. Wow. Blade Singer Wizard and Paladin was far from optimized, but it was an interesting thing to play. And yeah, like that's the interesting thing, right? There's a lot of like because like in Baldur's Gate 3 specifically, I would feel as if in like regular D&D and stuff, it goes like way crazier. Like you can do like some insane shit in like actual Dungeons and Dragons. But in Baldur's Gate 3, it's really interesting because there's so many builds that are more like, this is a build specifically to achieve this specific like play style, right? Like the giant barbarians, right? It's not the most well optimized build. It doesn't really have like a lot of like utility to it. It's mostly like, this does one thing and one thing very well. You can pick up and throw people and things. And that's really funny. Sometimes Rule of Cool just does win. Like all the time, but like, you know, either way. My campaign was weird. My best friend played a sorcerer that was a narcissistic chef that was getting hunted for child support after knocking up a gnome as a dragonborn. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, like I was saying, you could do some like, especially like narratively, you can do some fucking really funny shit in any tabletop RPG specifically. Portal Wolf, I think you're still in the chat here. I would imagine that the answer is yes, but do you remember the Fallout RPG we played? Where it was me, Winter. It was me, Winter. You were the DM. Zam was there for half, and then Monkey was there for the other half of it. And it was like Winter was playing an Assaultron that was just trying to rizz up everybody. That shit was so funny. Okay, so that's that. Let me get rid of that. Let me do this. Okay, cool. Dope. That was fun. I miss it. It was pretty fun. She has a lovely hat. Oh yeah, she had like fucking 5 hats on at the same time. Fuck. That was funny. Maybe that's something. Maybe that would be an interesting idea for a stream. A fucking D&D campaign shit. I don't know. That seems like a very like long form thing, and especially for like the whole stream, that might be a little difficult. But I don't know. I just like want to get back into that stuff in general because that shit was so funny. Giant Barbarian is so fun. The Spartan kick never gets old. Yeah. Again, I haven't really like what is it? The whole like I said originally, like the playthrough I'm doing right now is just like, you know, a straight you know, like good guy paladin run, the classics. But when I do like a sorcerer run or like additional runs after that, I'm gonna get crazy with some of the builds. I already have like a map out of specifically what is it? Fuck, what was it? The hirelings. Specific ways that I want to spec the hirelings to create like specific characters with specific like, you know, like loadouts and builds and stuff like that. There's a I've talked about it a little bit before. There's a series of mods that are in the game, so you don't have to like go to the Nexus or anything for them. That add like a whole bunch of additional spells and stuff that are specifically focused around like different attributes. So like one for like psychic attacks, another for like force-based attacks, one that's based around like storm and weather-based attacks. So there's a lot of additional attacks and abilities that inflict like water-based damage that will not only do damage but then also leave the target wet and stuff like that. Necrosis damage, so like, you know, necromancer spells, stuff like that. And the water spell one is very interesting because it has a bonus action that's literally just like I don't even think it does damage, or if it does like, you know, 1 to 3 damage or whatever. But it's a very weak attack, but it's a bonus action that applies the condition wet, and then when you use that, you can then use like an electrical attack or like an ice-based attack to do different damage because it gets a small multiplier off of the wet attribute. And then it has like another spell that's like an actual spell to summon water, basically, like just like the staff that allows you to do that. Well, there is that, but then there's another one that allows you to like use like a wave attack, basically, right? Like you know, summon water and then like push it at him and it like, you know, hits him, and I think maybe pushing him back a little bit, but it creates water in the direction that it travels, in like a wide sort of like, you know, enough to make like, you know, a decent sized puddle, and like make the area around them wet. And then same effect. You can like electrify or freeze the ground around them in order to create a slipping hazard, or to just do like damage over time kind of thing. Like, you know, like you do that, and then you also cast Hold Person on somebody, and they're like stuck there, and they're receiving constant damage because of, you know, the electricity stuff. I can't imagine that those like little fun tricks scale very well, but it's interesting. It's a unique and creative utility based move set, right? It's very you know, what is it? I don't know. It's just cool. It's early game utility that in the moment, or in those early days, you got to use like as many tricks as you can just to like, you know, level the playing field because you're a lot weaker. And then like as you continue to grow and grow, you learn stronger attacks and can utilize them for more effective damage. But like that bonus action ability where you just like, you know, throw water on somebody and you get them wet. Ooh, that goes hard. Especially again, pairing it with electrical or ice-based attacks. That's crazy. From my experience, Berserker is the better option, but Giant is way more fun to play, especially during Act 1 because there's so many goblins to throw. No, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, Berserker is objectively the best barbarian, but like Giant is just so funny because you have so many opportunities to just do like ridiculous shit. Like, again, picking up stuff in the environment and hucking it at people, fucking grabbing people and like throwing them. I would imagine you would need to probably like stack with like Giant and then like really high strength and then Hill Giant in order to just pick up like regular people, like regular humanoid sized people, maybe, ? And to throw them. But like, that's so funny. That sounds so funny. Ice God Sorcerer with all the cold gear was my first truly powerful build. Yeah, and like it's more so like recently that I'm just like really starting to put together like how insanely good and insanely powerful like ice or really any of those conditions that can stack on top of like doing extra damage or anything on like characters that are in water is just like so good. And when it comes to ice based, because fire is definitely like a great attribute to utilize, but ice just has such additional utility to it, right? Fire does the most damage, but ice has all this like extra shit that you can do. I don't know, fuck it, no, I don't care. Just do that. Yup. The red is powerful magic. The wood elf. Turning your back on the needy is truly the way of
A
Sylvanas.
disease of the flower must not reach the root. Pluck the petals, sever the branch if you must, but cut out the rot before it infects the whole of the
Tempest
wood.
Cleric dip is cherry on top of the lightning of the lightning build. No, yeah, like you drop like one level into Tempest build, you're fucking set into Tempest Cleric. I'm trying to remember the build that I was working with. I can't remember if it was 1 level or 2, but it's like, yeah, you really just need like a small amount to get just that little extra bonus from the Tempest Cleric, and whatever sort of like, again, water or ice based spells you're using, anything that's related in any way to like water, ice, or electricity, just fucking goes insano style. It's so cool. I know the tree forest teaches as well as you do. I'm a tree man. And I know about your fucking rats. Your disgusting liar rats. Read the thing. I did it. I did a religion. Hold on. I gotta go talk to the doggy. Hi, doggy.
Another stranger come to vex me. What will you do? Hunt me? Grab my tail? Shout until my head hurts?
I'm not really like a dog person, because there's always like, cat people, dog people, and then, different kinds of pets. I'm more of a cat person myself, but like, if I was in a situation where like I want to get like a dog as a pet, I'd go with a big dog, right? Big dogs are so fun. I think I maybe mentioned this like once or twice before on chat. I don't really talk about it too much, but like when I was a kid, my dad had a Rottweiler, big dog, like big boy, especially for me, a small tiny child, but he was like the nicest dog in the world. He was so sweet. He was such a boy. Me and my sister would like climb all over him and lay on him and pet him and hug him and stuff like that. And he was just like a giant teddy bear. He was such a good dog. Dogs are so great. I love them. Big dogs are the best. Can't stand little dogs. Little dogs are weird. To me specifically. I just want to give you my smell of vino.
No, wait. You smell fresh. Safe. You can stay, if you must.
Thank you, Silver. I love you. Kisses. Kisses on the face.
You did well to speak up for the girl.
Would you? You don't say anything. You don't say anything. No, you kind of probably do, but you're from the other place when I was trying to get the Gobbo girl out, whatever the fuck her name was. I failed on both of those. Son of a bitch. Do you have anything to say, actually?
Oh, my savior.
Not really. Yeah, and then you're just like, get the fuck out of here. Nobody loves you. And I'm all like, bro, what the fuck?
Still alive.
That's just fucking mean.
That's progress.
That's so mean and rude. Alright, Astarion, get over here and fucking do your thing. Steal shit.
Watch your back. Time for discretion.
Lockpick. What do you guys think is like the it's kind of funny to think about, because it's like you can kind of like make any class like crazy good, right? But there's always like yeah, Bloodstone is 40 gold. But I'm not really going to spend gold on a lot of stuff. I'm not really, like, supposed to. think I'll pass for now. But yeah, what do you guys think is like the like, again, you can make any class like crazy, right? There's so many like interesting or like unique builds. But when like, you know, thinking about it in sort of like a sort of like pejorative fucking like, oh, this is like the worst class. I saw a fucking video where somebody said like the worst class was oh wait, no, maybe it was the worst. Yeah, I think it was the worst race. And they're all like, oh, like the worst race is fucking, I think he said it was Dragonborn. And it was so funny because all of the chats were like, no, you're dumb, you suck. In like a never let bro cook again kind of way, not in like a, oh my god, fuck it, he's objectively wrong, because like he brought up a lot of pretty valid points, but it was it was just funny to see that specifically. I think he had a video like the worst class. I can't remember what it was, but it definitely didn't really feel like it was the worst class. But what do you guys see as like the least optimal class, right? The one that like, you know, can like maybe be strong in its own regard, but like comparatively speaking isn't really like the best one, right? Give me 1 quick second here. I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get this one up, and then that one, and that one. Okay, let's see. Warlock before Hexblade, though. Hexblade was a big upgrade. What's the whole like shtick with Hexblade specifically? I haven't really, again, like I'm not a big, more so I guess I just don't really know what to fucking do with the warlock, right? Like I'm sort of talking about with like the druid. The druid feels like it's sort of like a jack of all trades thing, and it kind of seems like that's what the warlock is also trying to kind of be, but it doesn't really feel like it actually is. But then I've also heard a lot of people talk up the hexblade. So what's the whole thing with the hexblades? In D&D, I had an assassin gloomstalker drow that got true sight. And if I remember correctly, the most amount of damage I did was between 95 and 100. As for the least optimal class, I would say Ranger, both D&D and Baldur's Gate 3, because it works way better in multi-classing, but in and of itself is not really all that strong. Yeah, Ranger is also another one that is like very, very odd. It's Hexblade can use medium armor, and that's a big thing if I remember. You know what? For warlocks, yeah, medium armor actually kind of is a pretty solid game changer. Not gonna lie, I can definitely see that specifically. That is actually a pretty big deal. But like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I always kind of forget that Ranger is even actually a class, because like it's so interesting, because I remember Rangers or like hunters in World of Warcraft, right? And they were like range fighters, but then they also could like summon like animal and like familiar companions to like fight, and then like the ranger acts from like the back end, right? You know, like they're the archer, so they attack from a distance, while you know, other characters in the front are, you know, acting as like the vanguard, like the shield, right? But then it's like weird, because it doesn't really feel like the ranger ever really like gets very strong in that regards, right? Or maybe more so just because like I haven't really played around with it too much, like at the higher end, because you get like the only ranger you get in game is Minx, and he's like, he comes in at like the 11th hour, so it's like you know, you don't really get a whole lot of time to like really like mess around and like play with him as a build, right? So it's like, I don't know, I guess I just never really like found like what niche the rangers fill, right? Because like it very clearly is like, you know, the back end like ranged combatant, but like that's sort of the same niche that like the rogues fill. So like what's the whole thing with the rangers specifically? I do kind of like the, like, you know, like the swarm of bees and jellyfish and moths and stuff you can get. That's kind of funny. That kind of changes the game up a little bit, because then that turns them into a much more like utilitarian fighter a little bit. But it's still very much, I don't know, it doesn't really feel like they really like get their chance to shine as like a ranged fighter, you know. Hexblade can use medium, but oh, sorry. Hexblade can use medium. You can hex a weapon that makes it so that the stats used is charisma instead of strength or dexterity. Okay, so then that turns it from like, oh, I can only use like rapiers or anything like that. Like I can only use rapiers, or like maybe like daggers and short swords. I think you can use short swords as a warlock. I can't remember, but like, you know, then you can use like, you know, battle axe or like a fucking like long sword or something like that. Something that's like heftier and does more damage. Okay, yeah, as I can. That's actually a giant. that's a gigantic win for warlocks, because it's like originally, because the warlock's biggest thing is the Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast goes insano style, but then like they don't really, at least in my experience with Will, they don't have very good survivability, right? I feel like Will is always like fucking on the brink of death with me. It's a little bit easier with Astarion specifically, because like, you know, oh, he can always just like fucking, you know, dip out and hide and shit like that. But then with Will, it's always like, okay, he's sort of like a front, like a, not a front line, but like a midline fighter, right? He's in the middle. He's in the middle, casting like, you know, a little bit more like operative spells, but is also sort of like a backup combatant, right? His place is in the middle, right? So like paladins, warriors, berserkers there in the front, rangers, well, they kind of rangers. Rangers have a little bit of combat to them, but like, you know, druids, rangers, fucking warlocks there in the front, and then the back is like, actually, I'd probably say like clerics would probably be in the middle. Clerics can use like healing spells and shit like that. But then like sorcerers, wizards, and I guess certain druid builds and like maybe more so like hardcore archer rangers are like more in the back, right? But for a warlock, being able to spec into Hexblade and then getting access to medium armor and then being able to use like big weapons, that like moves them into the front like crazy. Like definitely not the best front line, still outclassed by paladins and like specific fighter builds, but like that's, you know what, that's pretty solid. That's a big win. A win is a win, right? That's why you'll see a level 1 dip with Pallock builds. Yeah, like Paladin and Warlock. Yeah, that's kind of the bummer thing about Warlocks. Like it seems like their biggest, you know, plus is like a dip from like another in like a multi-class build, right? Like I feel like that's why Sorlocks are like the best build in the game, because you get like all of the bonuses and utility out of a sorcerer build, but then you also get that dip into Warlock so that you can get the probably like the packed weapon or maybe like the summon. I can't remember when specifically you gain access to that. I think it's level 2, but again, more so specifically for Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast on a spellcaster, that's nuts. Any spellcaster. That's why Sorcerer pairs so well with it. I'm gonna read this real quick before anybody sees me. I don't think I have anything. I don't think there's anything in here I want to steal, so I'll just fucking waddle my ass over here. Just fucking walk around and unlock shit. Most versatile. Okay, yeah. The most versatile, both in D&D and Baldur's Gate 3, is Cleric. I played through a campaign where everyone was a Cleric. No, yeah, like it seems like the best, like most versatile classes in general are like, you know, Paladins and Clerics and stuff like that. In my opinion, anything that can, you know, use like healing spells is automatically like better than damn near everybody else, right? I feel like Sorcerer kind of gets that edge specifically because of how crazy it can go with like damage output. But like come on, having like a druid or a paladin or a cleric, something that can use like healing spells like that, that's a huge win. That's a massive win for like build ranking, you know? Like if we're ranking shit like that, that's big. Bard Paladin can be so offensively potent that with the upscaled smite, glass cannon a bit too. Yeah, but then like you have the natural tankiness of a paladin. So I feel like unless you, because it's either like you either go like you start as a bard and then spec into a paladin. But I feel, and I don't know if that's the case or if it's like, you know, you start as a paladin and then spec into a bard a little bit. But it feels like that's the meta, you know, you build your character as a main tank, but then you add just that little bit of extra something with paladin, or not paladin, with bard or warlock or something. That again, that little, or like storm cleric, depending on the specific build you're going for. But just that little extra something, just to spice it all up, just to make it a little bit stronger. Yes, I got that thing. Okay, so now I gotta go. Oh, I'm gonna talk to the girl.
What's up for discussion?
Sylvie, you stole my shit.
Hello again.
Fuck you mean again?
Me? Suspicious? No?
I know your game and it's sloppy. Drop the act. I only need a 5. Yeah, and that's the thing that I got going with the Bard Rogue build, because you can get super crazy skill check bonuses, which is kind of ironic because I absolutely failed in like perception checks and stuff with this whole original encounter, but you get crazy numbers specking it like that. It's specifically like you start off as a bard, or start off as a rogue, do 2 in rogue, and then do the rest in bard. In D&D, a lot of things can be powerful with how much of a lawyer you want to be, with how things are worded in the books. No, yeah, in text-based format, it's crazy. You can do some fucking crazy wacky bullshit in text format. Let me turn that off. Is that? No, that's the other one. I want this one. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to respec that a little bit. Or not respec, but just like resize it. Let me see here real quick. I can change that. Yeah, that changes all of it. Okay. I would need like a separate one. Yeah. I'll worry about that later. That's fine. I was messing with OBS stuff. Okay.
It wasn't my idea. It was Mole's. She...
Oh, you just sold out your friend.
I wasn't supposed to say her name.
You fucked up, Sylphie.
I won't say anything else. You can't make me. Even if you murder me.
Before you can say anything
fucking
else,
calm down a little bit.
She sprints away.
What was that face? Did you guys see that face? He's like, fucking, what the hell? That was funny. All right. What up, Donnie? Hello.
His eyes flicker to yours for an instant.
Bye. Assassin, Gloomstalker, and maybe Arcane Archer. With the right gear is possibly the most consistently powerful build I've come across. Arrows of many targets really shines. No, yeah, like I've just seen like across the board, like Gloomstalker Assassin is like the best ranged build, which is kind of funny in like a sort of fucked up way, because like again, like we're talking about like the Ranger is supposed to be that, right? The Ranger is supposed to be like the ultimate like ranged arrow combatant, right? And then it gets outclassed by the class. It gets outpaced by the class that the class that's whole shtick is like hiding and being stealthy, and yet somehow, I mean, like, it makes sense with like, you know, stealthy like crit hits and stuff like that, but it's still like you would think that Ranger would have some sort of capacity for that as well.
Mike, a few things are missing from your...
Oops.
Maybe we can do something about this.
Maybe you can just give me my shit back before I burn this whole place to the ground.
Talk.
Okay. While you're running this game, one of your associates robbed me.
Sure. Sylphie probably grabbed them by mistake.
Ah, yes.
Here you go. Won't happen again.
Thank you.
And to make sure none of the kids on the job outside mess with you, show them this.
Copy this, just See, this is gonna be ridiculous because I got 1 intelligence, but then I'm a jack of all trades, so it's nothing. And then all I need is a 5. Watch me fail this shit like crazy. Oh! Nailed it. Natural born champion. Let's go. LeBron, eat your heart out.
You got it. Now, we done here or what?
I don't fucking know. Why are you running this window? It seems to be
You planning on
oh, there was one there I missed. It looked like it was like a fucking money transfer thing.
Anything else?
Like, here's the money. Oh yeah, I was like, I want to invest on it. Shit. I actually did want to do that. Oh well. I thought I need some help with something.
I do, as a matter of fact.
I might try to do this specifically because I've never done this. Because I feel like, because again, I usually play as a paladin and I'm like Oath of the Ancients, and I feel like if I stole that, that'd be like breaking my oath and I'd get in trouble. But I'm a fucking rogue, so I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Okay, yeah. But using the wording, it gets to the point. Like, I'll reward creatively made plays. But if you try to pull the whole, if each turn is 6 seconds and the object this far in those 6 seconds, it should go as fast as the speed of sound and then deal a billion damage. No, yeah, where you're trying to like fucking like technicality your way into like fucking breaking the laws of physics. Yeah. Oh god, Porter Wolf, you still in chat? I wanna ask something of a veteran Dundles and Draglands player. In Idle, what are you talking about? Could I kiss it? I don't want to. I'm just asking. Can help get rid of the tiny vitamin.
When we sell it in the city, I'll make sure you get your cut.
Sick. I'll see what I can do.
Anything else?
Okay, cool. I think the only thing down here. Ooh, let me talk to Mel. I haven't.
You're the first grown-up who's ever gotten in here. Not bad.
Okay, so the whole interaction just doesn't exist. All right, that makes sense. I'm gonna go get my special poem for Murkron.
You came.
Hello, Murkon.
Mole said I should thank you, so I wrote you a story. It's about you.
Fuck yeah. All right. I don't think there's anything else in here, so let's get out of here and let's fucking hit the road. Let's see if we can find Raphael before we gotta end the stream. Before the end of the stream. I feel like we will, but like, you know. I'm gonna talk to Sophie real quick.
Oh.
Hey, what's up?
Mole's in.
Yeah. I got you, big gamer. I got you. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's just get out of here. I don't want to do nothing ridiculous. Let's just fucking barrel. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then I guess, yeah, the only person that we're missing from our like early team here is Karlak. Actually, no, yeah, that is everybody. We got Karlak, and then we got all the origin characters, and then we pick up Halsin and everybody later on. Yeah, and then I'll be able to get Minthara too. Part of the reason it's taking me a little bit longer to do the to get caught back up to where I was originally in my original playthrough. Like about to enter the upper city, because I had to fucking go back and I had to redo 2 different sections of the game in order to get Minthara as a companion. I fucked it up the first time because what was it? Okay, so here's actually what it actually was. I thought that so the whole thing with getting Minthara is you go through everything, you get to the big battle of the Grove here. She's up here. Oh, you are alive. I need to change that real quick. You get up here and you kill everybody, but you knock her out. I mean, you don't have to kill everybody, but like that's the crux. You have to knock her out. I read a thing that said you can't successfully knock her out and have the points, like it's a whole like value thing, right? If I remember correctly, if you go to the goblin camp,
let's get going.
And you have to go about it a certain way, right? You go to the goblin camp, and then if you either do what I do and you lie to Minthara and tell her that you're going to open the gate, and then you get all of her forces out here so you can fight them in front of the Grove, and then later go back and fucking clear cut everybody, or you take everybody out there and now at the goblin camp and then just knock her out. Either way, you need to knock out Minthara. But I like Minthara. She's surprisingly funny too. She really is. I was kind of thinking she was going to be like Astarion, but like a little bit more of a bitch, and she kind of is. But she's funny. I'm really liking her character so far. It's sort of like the Vegeta angle, right? She's a good like first arc bad guy turned friend, right? At least as far as I've played through so far, which is, you know, the start of Act 3 with her specifically in my party, she doesn't really strike me as a character that's supposed to have like a redemption and then is like, oh, like I'm a good guy now. But in like traveling with you, obviously like grows as a person. And it seems like she's eventually going to, you know, get back into something, maybe not like, you know, working for like a death god or anything like that. But very much like, you know, she's been tempered in a sense, right? And is now more of herself and reflective. And I like that for her character. Not a redeemable character, not a good character, but she's grown. Redemption, I don't know. Irredeemable characters are interesting. Maybe she's not irredeemable, but she's definitely not like, you know, an aligned good character. But with trying to get Minthara, I constantly fucked it up because originally I got all the Grove stuff done. And then if I remember correctly, what I did is I set it up so that, actually, no, I don't remember. The point is, originally, I figured out, okay, I have to knock her out at the Grove battle, right? And I did that. But then what I constantly ended up doing, which the game does. So here's the interesting thing about Act 2, right? The game is pointing you towards Moonrise Tower, which is sort of like, you know, obviously, yeah. But I think most people will take the time to go and explore the rest of the world, right? Like explore the rest of the world space and do everything else before heading to Moonrise Tower, which is interesting because one of the things, I mean, fucking you guys know how it goes. You eventually go and free the Night Song, and then, you know, that takes you to Moonrise Tower after that. And when you run through it, it feels like, you know, the natural thing to do. But then you sort of like think about it and it's like, okay, well, you know, besides the stuff with like Raphael pointing me here and stuff, what would have been like the onus for me to come here? And it's interesting because that's the way I did. I went and I did the Night Song and I did everything else before actually going to Moonrise Tower. And that makes it so that you just enter into the battle to Moonrise Tower. And I could never figure out, why am I not getting Minthara here? Why am I, what the fuck's going on? Why can't I get Minthara? Everything says that I should be able to get Minthara in this specific situation by doing things in this specific order. The thing that it never tells you, because it's a thing that a lot of gamers don't actually pick up, because again, most people, when they play games like this, will do everything before the main mission. But in the second act, what you're actually supposed to do is you're supposed to go to Moonrise Tower first, and then depending on how your character's aligned, whether it's for the Absolute or against the Absolute, either way, when you get there without like the Harpers or anything, you will witness Minthara's trial, and she'll be taken down to the dungeons and stuff like that. And it's like that's how you actually end up getting her. You go to Moonrise Tower first, do stuff in Moonrise Tower, get her as a companion, and then you go and do the Night Song stuff, which on its face actually makes a little bit more sense because you are told in game or at Moonrise Tower about the Night Song. I mean, like, you're kind of told about it a little bit through like you know, Arden and Halcyon and fucking Shadowheart and stuff like that, but you're actually set there as like a proper objective during your dealings in Moonrise Tower. So you go there, free the Night Song, and then go back and you're like, all right, now we're gonna kick your ass. But the game is pointing you in that direction to do it that way. But again, most people will do everything else before going to do the main mission. So it's really funny because it's actually unintentionally super easy to not get Minthara as a companion if you're playing it in the way that like more so feels correct, right? And I think that's really funny. But also because, you know, I was actually trying to get Minthara as a companion, and it felt counterintuitive to like the natural gameplay progression to go to the place that the game is pointing you towards as like, oh, there's going to be like a big battle here. But then you get there and there's not. It's really funny because it's one of those things where like on paper, it makes absolute sense because like the game is going to pursue along the storylines. And the only way, if you're playing a good aligned character, to defeat everybody at Moonrise Tower is with the help of the Harpers and the help of the Night Song. And you need to get the Night Song in order to like have a chance of surviving in that whole battle. But the natural gamer exploration mindset makes it so that you can very easily miss that opportunity to get Minthara as a companion just because of the natural way that people play video games. It's so funny. Like, on its face, both things on paper are correct, but the natural gamer instinct option is like objectively, in this specific instance of trying to get Minthara, the wrong option. It's so funny. Redemption always doesn't always have redemption doesn't always have to be bad guy to good guy. No, yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. I've talked a couple times before about how there's like I can't remember the name of the book, but they were talking about some book on NPR one time, and the basic concept is like a woman who like not a fan of black people. Her daughter goes missing during the Watts riots, and so she has to go out and she has to find her daughter, and in the process has to interact with a lot of black people, which she's not a big fan of, and the story ends not with her like growing and becoming a better person and realizing that people are people no matter what color their skin is, but she's just like still a bad person by the end of it. And it's one of those things where like it has to be done properly, but not every bad guy has a redemption arc, and not every bad guy should have a redemption arc, right? There are some characters that are just like objectively bad through and through. Kind of like we were talking about like Obsession in yesterday's stream a little bit. Spoiler, not really spoilers for Obsession, but just like kind of a little bit. But like the main character Bear is just like an objectively bad person through and through. He's constantly dodging his obligations, just like constantly making the worst, most selfish decisions, the dumbest decisions because he's fucking afraid of accountability and this, that, and the other thing. And it's a part of the narrative, but it's like somebody in chat mentioned that at one point they pretend. Whoa! Oh fuck! Oh shit! This is oh fuck! Whoopsies! Completely forgot about this. I have a mod installed that adds a couple of different combat situations. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, so I want to move down there, and then I would want to use Will. One of these spider. Oh, of course, it's the fucking large spider. Okay, so large spider's gonna go first. And I would want to do. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's an explosive barrel. Can I do that? Will it pull the explosive barrel in and then, like, blow him up? Probably not. But let's see what happens. Nah, it didn't even fucking move the explosive barrel. Oh, it did. It made oil. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I have a genius play. I have a fucking genius play. It's probably going to go super fucking wrong. But let's fuck it up. My whole point there is that at one point... somebody in chat said that they think at one point they were talking about trying to make Bear more of a redeemable character, which would have fucking muted the entire storyline so much. It would have made the entire story so much worse. Some characters are just bad people. Maybe I should just start talking about Obsession whenever I talk about that analogy specifically, because I don't even fucking remember the name of this book that they were talking about on NPR at some random point in the past. I'll just start using Obsession as my go-to in that specific situation. Oh, this is bad. This is rough. I was not expecting this fight. Is this going to count as a boss battle? Can I do a long rest after this or nah, chat? What are we thinking with this one? Let's do that. And then I'm going to run back down. I've seen so many new players think Moonrise is the last place to go. Sometimes tell them it's okay to check a place out before the point of no return in the Shadowfell. Yeah, and like that's the funny thing. Like especially like again, everything is pointing you towards Moonrise Tower, but because gamers are smart and they usually like to try to outmatch the story so that they can get like the most optimal gameplay stuff, like they can see the most stuff, they'll usually be like, okay, I'm gonna save the main quest, the main objective for like a little bit later, right? I'm gonna hold off on that for right now. I'm gonna go do other stuff. And then they go and do the Night Song stuff, and then they go to Moonrise Tower and they say, okay, cool, we're here, the Harpers are here, everybody's ready to fight. But then they miss out on all this story content that is like there intrinsically by design, but we only miss out on it because we're trying to think 2 steps ahead and be like, I'm gonna go do other stuff before I do the main mission. And that's really funny. With Bear, I don't think he was a bad guy for making the cause because he didn't know that it would work, but once he knew what was happening and took the cowardly way out and did nothing, then I would say, yeah, he's a bad guy. So like it's. You guys remember when the Joker came out? Making the Wish. Yeah, Making the Wish. You guys remember when the Joker was coming out and there was like fucking the fucking government was even like, oh my god, we need to be on like fucking high alert with this one because all the like fucking violent incels are gonna go and see the movie and then they're gonna get fucking radicalized and fucking this, that, and the other thing, and then it's gonna be fucking pandemonium in the streets, like that stuff. You remember that stuff? That's basically the energy I felt that like there should have been around Obsession, specifically because of the way the character of Bear is portrayed, right? It is I think valid to say that like at the beginning, him being naive and not knowing how the oh, this is working so good. Fuck yeah. Oh, I knew that was gonna work. I'm just kind of waiting to see what's gonna happen with the larger giant spider. Oh yeah, no, that's aggressive cave spider. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, I think because it's interesting. So like, Bear is like an actual genuine incel, right? He's there is sort of like validation. It's kind of a shame how much Minthara gets missed as a companion and killed. Yeah. Like I'm actually kind of interested to see like how people even like really like figured out at all that Minthara was a companion that you can get, seeing as how the basic gamer instinct is just kill everybody, right? Probably like somebody did like a no killing run. These spiders are fucking smart. They're not fucking doing anything. They're not moving. Unless they're like fucking glitched or stuck or whatever. Let's do... I'll probably send Will up there. Hit him with the Stragglizing Blast. Hit him with the Eldritch Blast.
Coming through.
And then Will can like fuck out of there if things get crazy. But yeah, so with Bear, he starts... There's like phases, right? Initially, he starts off and it's like, oh, shy kid who really likes this girl, and is, like fucking shy about it and stuff like that, right? Sure. Okay, I'm on board. He's kind of cringe. He's kind of a fucking, oh, it turned off.
Coming through.
Okay, that makes sense. They can't get down the ladder, so they're not trying to chase me or anything. Fair. Interesting.
2 steps at a time.
Alright, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Oh, I can't. I'm out of fucking Warlock juice. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna have to send Lae'zel up.
Look to Queen 6.
So she can start fucking wailing ass on that giant spider. Okay, so yeah. Bear starts off as just kind of like, oh, he's fucking likes fucking likes this girl, a little bit of like, little little cringy, little shy, stuff like that. Sure, okay, yeah, dope. And then his cat dies, and he's sad about it, and it's like, okay, cool, right? Sure. But throughout the entire before he actually does the wish, right? Before he does the wish, the only thing that's ever like really talked about with his character is how much he loves Nikki and what a gigantic simp he is, right? Obsession is such a good movie. The way the villain role kind of switches was really clever. No, yeah, and like that's what I'm getting at here. Uh-oh. Okay, thank God. It timed out. So that's what I'm getting at here, right? Initially, like on its face, that's Bear's whole shtick. He's shy. He's kind of like isolated. He's all by himself. This, that, and the other thing. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Young adult opines for girl. And is trying to win her affection. In a lot of ways, it could be said that Obsession is an actual like a romance. Not a love story, but a romance, right? Which I think is, funnily enough, I think that's actually a conversation that is had in the movie, if I remember correctly. Okay, let's fucking see what happens here. Okay, so that's superior dice. Okay. I want to fucking stack the shit properly. Probably do lacerate. Yeah, lacerate. Ooh, big damage. Okay.
Blood comes.
Let me get up here. Could I do that? Probably not, actually. Oh, I could. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's do this.
Waste a step.
Get up here, do sneak attack, and then get a Starian up here and do the same thing. Okay. Boom. Okay, so yeah. Bear starts out shy, lives alone, kind of a shut-in, stuff like that. A little bit of a shut. Actually, I probably wouldn't even really say he's a shut-in. He does like go out and do stuff with his friends, but he's a very lonely guy, right? He doesn't have a whole lot of friends. He's got good friends, but he's very quiet. He's very like inwardly focused and isolated and stuff like that. Very obviously a lonely individual, right? In like a textbook definition. So in the first just like, bunch of several minutes of the movie until he makes the wish, that is literally the only thing we ever learn about him. That is his only characteristics, right? He doesn't have anything else noteworthy about his character. We don't know as at least as far as I'm remembering, right? Because I saw this movie like a couple weeks ago, so maybe I'm misremembering some stuff. We don't learn about like, we don't know like what his aspirations are, what he wants to do with his life. I think that might actually be a point in the movie where he doesn't say, like, he doesn't really have any like larger aspirations. He doesn't, we don't learn anything about like, what his childhood was like, what his upbringing was like. We don't even know if what the deal with his parents, right? I don't think we ever learn like what the situation is with his mom and dad, which is crazy because we know what Nikki's father's situation is. That's actually like a pivotal part of the story where she's like lying about it and stuff because like, she's a demon and whatnot. But so we don't know anything about Bear as a character other than he likes Nikki, which could be seen as like a flaw in like narrative design, but it's done intentionally. In my opinion, it's done intentionally because it's specifically getting across the message that there is nothing to Bear other than his attraction to Nikki. And that's already kind of like a big red flag as just like an individual, right? If your entire personality is I'm lonely or I like this girl, like everything about you, right? I can't think of a single character trait about Bear other than the fact is he has a dead cat and likes a girl, which is a big problem from like a problem from a character design because it speaks specifically to the kind of character that you're dealing with, especially in a movie as blatantly titled as Obsession. Let me get caught up on this chat here real quick. I wouldn't say incel, the automods were flagging it. Interesting. Because if I remember correctly, there is someone who is interested in him, but he doesn't want to take that up. So I would say it's involuntary. Wow. Yeah, it's involuntary. Yeah. He chooses to focus on Nikki. No, yeah. So he is an incel, an involuntary celibate. That's what that is. Like he's not, and that's like another thing too. He's not interested, or at least admittedly, we don't get a whole lot of time to opine on what that relationship might have been like. He specifically, he doesn't really get a whole lot of time to really like mull that one over. But it's the same point. He doesn't really seem to lean into that as a romantic option. He's just focused on Nikki. He doesn't seem like he's actually focusing on, being with somebody. He only wants Nikki, which again leads into the whole obsession thing. So at the point where he, gets the wish and makes the wish, it's in that exact same vein where all he wants is Nikki. Everything about what we have seen as him as a character is only about trying to get Nikki as his girlfriend. Nothing. There's no other character traits about him. Again, as far as I remember, and that's again narratively a problem just because it builds the kind of character that he is. So later when we see him, it's like the monkey's paw and like the finger curls, right? He gets his wish, but it's bad, which that's not really like subtle storytelling. It's very deliberate what's happening. His wish is tainted and stuff like that. That's the whole, I would say that's the whole point of the wish. But then we see his friend literally just ask for $1 million and he gets $1 million, seemingly with no consequences. I guess you could say his consequences, he got shot in the head, but whatever. I wouldn't say it's involuntary because he chooses not to take up the option of someone who likes him. He chooses to go after Nikki. And so that's the interesting thing when it comes to involuntary celibate, right? It's involuntary. The specific verbiage leans into the idea that somebody is not trying, right? Or not making the conscious effort. So you think, if we're thinking involuntary celibate specifically, you're thinking somebody who constantly tries to, engage in romantic relationships, but in one way or the other fails. He's just constantly getting rejected by girls. He doesn't have any like real long-standing relationships. It's all very like, ephemeral in a sense. But the meta commentary on that specifically is like, why is he in this hypothetical situation with a hypothetical person? Why is he not able to hold a relationship, or why is he not able to like attract a girl, stuff like that, right? Why is he not able to develop these basic these basic skill sets that you would see that hypothetically or rationally he should have just as like a functioning human being? If it's like, oh, like girls don't talk to me because I'm awkward and stuff like that. Okay, well, why are you awkward? Are you just like weird about girls? Because there's a lot of, and this is getting more so into like, speculation and like my own perception and stuff. But I've seen a lot of people to fucking make it all about the fucking fucking anti-woke people killed the vibe when it comes to the new Obsidian Fallout game. I have seen so many the fucking the video that I put out that has been getting just like fucking all kinds of just fucking crazy comments on it, right? I have seen so many people say like yes and to so much, not yes and, but like no but. So many people who are all like, I don't hate LGBTQ people, or I don't hate Bethesda, but, and it's this sort of like having your cake and eating it too mentality, right? You want to make a blatant statement like, this isn't who I am. Like, this negative trait that I'm starting to put out here, it's not who I am. But I just think, and then that's where sort of like the slippery slope stuff comes into play, right? There are some situations where that, you know, isn't really like, that's not really like the case. It's not like they're trying to save face and be all like, oh, I'm not, you know, anti-LGBTQ. I just don't like all of this other stuff that is like very blatant anti-LGBTQ stuff. There was one comment specifically. Actually, oh, fuck.
Don't they?
All right, I'm not gonna pull it up, but I'm gonna read.
Very much.
Actually, I'm gonna double check because I don't know if I want to read this comment verbatim because it was kind of fucking ridiculous. But let me double check here. Chat, I'm going somewhere with this. I swear to God. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. So this isn't exactly the comment that I was thinking of. There was another one that was a lot similar, or a lot more relevant to the to the point specifically. But this one's pretty solid. A commenter at some point today, if I'm reading the timestamp here right, said, and again, the not the major topic, but a minor point of this short was that there's going to be a lot of people. I speculated that there were going to be a lot of people who were like anti-woke or anti-Bethesda. Specifically, the verbiage I use is something along the lines of like, they're going to kill the mood because they hate Bethesda and hate gay people, and then specified that those were two different things. You can hate Bethesda, but not, you know, hate LGBTQ people. But that seemed to have been like a big sticking point for a lot of people who watched and commented. But this person said specifically, I don't hate gay people, but, and there's what I'm talking about here. So at face value, not knowing anything else about this person, we take it at face value. I don't hate gay people. But then they go on to say, but I also don't want to be forced to help badass disabled black lesbian couple to save their trans genius badass independent daughter son from a parody of MAGA straight white male supervillains. I am tired of this shit just as much as the next guy who is skeptical. It will not be avowed with rusty rifles. Skeptical, it will not be avowed with rusty rifles. Not wanting to be preached about diversity, LGBTQ, or feminism doesn't mean I want to put those people in cattle train vogs and send them to Poland. So, again, right off rip, and this is what I'm talking about with Bear's character specifically in Obsession. We have the basic understanding of him. Just like with this commenter, I don't hate gay people. We have the basic understanding that Bear is a lonely guy and he has a crush on Nikki. But then that but comes into play. And for Bear specifically, that but is he's not interested in a relationship. He says he wants to be in a relationship, but he only wants to be in a relationship with Nikki. Right? So that, again, leads into the title, Obsession, right? He's not trying to get a girlfriend. He's just trying to get Nikki, because to him, Nikki is a prize, an accomplishment, a trophy. It's something that is sort of like narrative. We remember a lot of like movies from like the 80s and early 90s with, you know, character relationships where it's like, oh, like I'm just trying to get with this girl because like she's hot and she's like, you know, the hottest girl in school and stuff like that. The end game is never really like, oh, I want to like, you know, foster a relationship with her. The end game is only like, I want to be in a relationship with her because she's an accomplishment, right? This person is an accomplishment to me. They're not a human being that I'm trying to build something with. They're an object for me to obtain. And that's part of the meta narrative of the demon taking control of Nikki's body. She is dehumanized by the demon in a literal sense, and she's being taken over by a human, and her or taken over by a demon, and her body's like degrading and not operating and not functioning in the way that human bodies properly operate, like walking backwards and then, you know, all that other crazy shit. But it is specifically that thing where like visually, physically in the movie, she is being constantly dehumanized and constantly flattened down to one specific character trait: how much she loves Bear, which again is the monkey's paw curls is what he wanted. But the problem is, maybe not the problem, it's trying to figure out how to say this correctly. It is the incel identity where, because with incels, again, from the perspective that I have seen, not like a generalization, but from what I have seen, usually the incel mindset is that reaction to being rejected, or that reaction to not being able to find somebody, right? Oh, I can't find a girlfriend. It's because you don't fucking go outside and engage in like third space communities. I haven't been in a relationship for a very long time, and part of the reason for that is I don't really go out into third space situations where I can like, you know, naturally meet and engage with people. It's a little bit easier for me to do that online because I'm a content creator and a streamer and stuff like that. But I don't have that same sort of connection from being like, you know, in the same room as somebody, right? No girls want to talk to me. They just want bad boys. They don't like a nice guy like me. Maybe you're not really the nicest guy that you think you are. Maybe you just sort of like think you're a nice guy because you think that this is the way to treat women. But in actuality, you're just sort of like objectifying her and taking away a lot of her agency. And you're just like trying to stand in as like, you know, a big thing that I see with a lot of people like in that subculture is like, oh, like, you know, I'm trying to be like a defender of women and stuff like that. The classic, like, you know, fucking, there used to be a specific term for it. Oh yeah, white knight, right? I'm trying to be a white knight, which in and of itself indicates that like you think more so that like the person that you're interested doesn't have the agency to sort of like defend or protect themselves. And you specifically need to take that upon yourself as a defender of their agency or a defender of their honor or stuff like that. On its face value, very very honorable standpoint to take, but it's also assuming a lot about the individual that you have a romantic interest in, right? You're assuming that they can't defend themselves. You're assuming that they don't have the ability or the agency to, you know, fucking brush that shit off or like react on their own terms. Like, no, you have to step in and be the person who is going to take on the world in their stead, instead of letting them, you know, be an actual person. And that's the same thing we see in Obsession. So while not the easiest or maybe like the cleanest representation of what an incel is, Bear in Obsession represents so many aspects of both toxic masculinity, as well as, I would argue more so, an incel mindset, because he's not actually trying to learn more about Nikki. He knows a decent amount already, because like they've been friends for so long, but he's not actually trying to learn more about her as a person or from like a romantical perspective. He's just trying to obtain her as an object. And because of the way the story plays out with the whole like, you know, magic wish stuff, she becomes an object, effectively. An object for his obsession. No. But yeah, I get that whole fucking rant I went on is basically just me saying like I read Bear as a very strong, like accurate representation of like incel mindset, even though he's not really like the cleanest, most stereotypical representation of an incel. I would say overall, he isn't an incel. Okay. I'm talking like that because because the mods again. But when it comes to Nikki 1000%, I do also think a lot of people who have the mindset think that they are doing the good thing, but they don't actually take regard for what the other party wants or thinks. Yeah, and that's also like really reflective in the story, especially at the point where fucking Bear has multiple opportunities. Here we go. I think a great example of this of an incel is Chris Chan. Exactly. Chris Chan is a perfect example. Or I don't want to. It's one of those things where like I don't like talking shit about like a lot of content creators. There are content creators that I actually just up and down will talk shit about. But I don't like talking too much trash about like other creators. And like, you know, Chris Chan is an online content creator still. And it's like, you know, I don't need to fucking pop up in a Geno Samuel video like fucking 5 years down the line. It'd actually probably do fucking great for my numbers and stuff like that. But I'm not trying to be that guy. But like mid-season Chris Chan is a pretty good example of that, because in a lot of situations, Chris didn't really have a whole lot of interest in being like a person with somebody else in a relationship. He just wanted to be in a relationship and fulfill what he thinks is like the stereotypical relationship situation, right? I think in Obsession, we very clearly see Bear fill a lot more of those typical incel like behaviors, like with, you know, the whole phone call scene where he's like fucking like, oh, I need to, like, I want to reverse the wish and stuff like that. He sort of has a little bit of an opportunity to do something in that specific situation to help Nikki, but he doesn't. He doesn't do anything. He just freaks out and like withdraws inward and doesn't do anything to help her. And then that other scene where like she's asleep in bed and is able to like talk while the demon's asleep and tells Bear to delete her and stuff like that. I can't honestly say that I would have done something different if I were in Bear's shoes, because that's kind of an extreme measurement to take. And I think maybe part of him was still sort of like trying to figure out if there was a way to like undo it. But that's not how the scene plays out, right? Bear specifically says, "What's so bad about being with me?" It's not about what Nikki's situation is. It's a perceived slight against him. Nikki doesn't want to, Nikki wants, you know, to be taken out in his mind because she can't stand being with him. And his first response is to be defensive about it, right? Because he hasn't done anything wrong in this situation. Nikki's the problem because she doesn't want to be with him because apparently being with him is such a fucking chore, right? That's what his mind is thinking. That's the incel mindset. It's not my fault that she thinks, you know, I'm like, you know, a bad person because like I'm internally selfish or like low key, high key misogynistic or like, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Certain aspects of white knighting and overt chivalry can definitely be perceived as misogynistic because again, you're taking a lot of the agency and individual choice and control away from you know, your romantic partner in this situation, and instead putting that upon yourself in sort of a, you know, again, a patriarchal, a defensive sort of view, but more so to the point. Yes, after the point where after the point where he makes the wish, then we start to see a lot of the more overt, like active incel-like behavior, like not really putting any of actual Nikki, not corpse Nikki's own wishes and desires above his own. It's all about his situation. I can fix this. I goofed up, but I can fix this in a way that is towards my benefit, right? That's the point more so after the wish, where we start to see a lot of those other things. But the stuff before the wish, we're sort of getting hinted about, right? He lives alone. He doesn't have any other roommates. You know, he has a cat, so that means he's an incel. But it's a lot of like really strong indicators that he's a lonely guy, which again, fair. That design specifically isn't wrong. But then after we see all the stuff post wish, we start to look back on all that stuff originally, and we start to really analyze it in a different light and think like, he lives alone by himself with a cat. Oh, now it's not just kind of a sweet little situation. Now it's kind of weird, you know, like that kind of stuff. It's a fine line when talking about lolcows because they get they get targeted because they do mess up things, but they are usually mentally unwell. But it's also a cycle where the trolls feed into the delusion, but the lolcows' actions are feeding the trolls. Yeah, and like that's the thing. I don't want to talk too much about Chris Chan because then I'm gonna just fucking spiral for hours because I know too much. But it is a lot of with Chris specifically. It's a lot of situations where like he did it to himself in a lot of situations, but then like the trolls fed into that, and then like Chris doesn't exactly have like a lot of the headspace to really like react properly to that. Doesn't really have a lot of the social skills to react in like a beneficial way towards himself. So it's just, again, one of those cycles where like everything just feeds into itself and just makes everything infinitely worse in every regard of the aspect, every regard of that situation. That moment showed just how selfish Bear really is. That was the point of no return for me. Yep. I'm pretty sure that the writers wrote that scene specifically to that. That is like the most blatant, overt, like if fucking we were to like dissect Bear and lay out, not like physically, but like metaphysically, right? If we were to dissect him and take out like all of his personality traits, all of his characteristics, all of his mentality, everything about Bear, we would get a mapping that looks exactly like that scene, that bedroom scene. That scene showed us exactly who Bear really was. It's all about him. If something is wrong in a relationship, it's because the other person, like he said, what's wrong with being with me, or like why is being with me so bad? I can't remember the exact verbiage. I saw this movie a couple weeks ago, but still, that specifically was Bear. That was Bear, mask off, no, like, oh my god, I'm so fucking sad, Nikki doesn't like me, what am I gonna do? Fucking pussy. Fucking cowardly, selfish, weak-willed bitch. That's what Bear's character is. The actor's amazing. The actor did a fucking phenomenal job. All of them did fucking phenomenal jobs. I saw a fucking short of the girl who plays Nikki fucking playing Fallout New Vegas, and not just playing Fallout New Vegas, but like fucking crushing it, fucking killing it in New Vegas. She was fucking doing like fucking trick shots and like fucking like exploits to fucking make her character just like fly up in the air. She was going fucking Insado style. She's a master. I need to see if I can get a fucking a hold of the actress that plays Nikki and be like, so what was your favorite part about Fallout New Vegas? That'd be fucking crazy. Oh god, I should do that. It probably would like fucking never happen, but like that'd be an insane poll. Today we're talking with fucking I'm awful with names. I don't know the actress's name, but like we're talking with fucking Nikki with this gal. She played Nikki in Obsession and is fucking cracked at Fallout New Vegas. What's your favorite mod? That'd be bonkers. That'd be nuts. Trust me, I also went down the lolcow rabbit hole a while back. No, yeah, like I follow Turkey Tom stuff, and there's several lolcows that are just like whoa, like that fucking goon clown guy or whatever the fuck his name was. That was a rough one. That was that fucking went places. I miss when he did the streams. Turkey Tom? Does Turkey Tom not do streams anymore? I thought he did. Is that who you're talking about? Okay, let me fucking just squeeze through this shit. Yeah, and yeah, the Goon Clown guy was crazy. Yeah, that was. And like I'm usually one that Oh shit! Fuck it. It doesn't matter. I'm sort of like slowly starting to like actually accept like in my brain that the like approval disapproval stuff doesn't really like affect a lot of the story content. It's only like, is this character going to premaritally hold hands with me, right? Because normally I'm like super good at getting like everybody maxed out except Astarion because he's a whiny little selfish bitch. But like, you know, it's always one of those things where it's like, oh man, I can't get Astarion to like me. Why doesn't Astarion like me? And I'm like, oh yeah, because he's a fucking selfish, narcissistic wiener. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, if that bar really only means like the likelihood of, you know, fucking giving him a big old kiss, that doesn't fucking matter. I'm not out here trying to mac on Astarion. Oh, I can fucking see the. What's this where I can? No, that's the. Oh my god, I can go so far out here. I would not have expected that I could go that far away from this part of the map. That's actually kind of cool. I'm pretty sure. No, never mind. That was Expedition 33. Because I remember the photo mode in Expedition 33. You could actually like go into photo mode and then like go free cam. And in this game, you eventually hit like a bubble, like a range bubble. But in fucking Expedition 33, you could fucking go actually it unlocks the camera, so you could like fucking fly up and see like the entire world box. It was crazy. I can see the swamp over there. Hell yeah. But yeah, that was a crazy. What were we talking about before? I guess fucking locales and stuff like that. Yeah. There's I don't know. There's some. Because, like, again, I honestly don't care too much about it. But, like, there's some lolcows that are just like, okay, well, this guy just did, like, a series of dumb shit. And it's just in, like, a bad situation. Like,
a spider egg is
fucking, what was that one guy? Only Knife or something like that? Like, he only played, fuck. Can't remember. Was it? It wasn't Team Fortress 2. It was the other one. Was it Counter-Strike? I don't think it's Counter-Strike, but he was like one game specifically where he only used knife, and like the entire thing with him is he was just a fucking just rampant alcoholic, which awful situation, terrible situation. But like I don't know if I could really like stack somebody like him next to like fucking, you know, fucking like Chris Chan or Goon Clown or anything like that. It's I do that? Ah, spiders. Okay, here we go. Extra HP. Let's fucking go. Stab. Oh, that's bad. Watch me fucking die to spiders. Only use me blade. That's it. Call of Duty alcoholism gone bad. Yeah. And like again, terrible situation. There's a lot of lolcows that fall into like just terrible situations from what I've seen anyway. That are just like, you know, really unfortunate. But it's like there's it's kind of like with I mean, not like I'm actually trying to think. I'm like, okay, how am I what am I saying here? How am I wrapping this in? But I just remembered Hypnotist Sappho and her whole shtick, and that was wild. People like her and like Chris Chan and like the fucking Goon Clown dude and shit like that. They're like another tier of lolcows in general, right? Because there's lolcows like, you know, like Only Use Me Blade and like Boogie and stuff like that, and Nova Online and what was that other girl, that TikToker who fucking made that song that actually kind of went hard. And then one of the lines was like, "I'm not a pedophile," and you're just like, "What the fuck?" That was kind of funny, you know, like decently to like validly problematic people, or like, you know, just weird or cringe people. But then there's that like next level stuff with like, again, like a lot of those other people. It's just like, whoa, okay, this is vastly different. Let me go back to Nova and just like watching him fucking like crash out on TikTok Live and stuff like that's. Let's go back to that. Let's get out of this fucking like borderline true crime shit. The one locale I think that wasn't problematic and had an actual audience of people who covered him, talked about him in a positive light was Cobra. I don't know Cobra. That name doesn't ring a bell. I think there was, I don't know if they were technically counted as like a lolcow, but I remember there was like one, I think she was like an artist or something like that. And like she wasn't even really like weird or problematic or anything. She was just like kind of like a little bit annoying, and then like the internet just fucking started dragging her like fucking bubblegum candy or something like that. She had some sort of like kind of like bubbly name about her. I can't remember what her account name was, but it was something along that. Gummy something? I can't remember. Nova, I would say, was problematic with the Discord server and underage stuff. No, yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. But like, well, I mean, I guess when you put it like that, it like, yeah, that stuff was definitely a lot worse. But I think, because I don't know, I feel like I'm starting to get too much into the semantics of like fucking stupid and weird people are stupid and weird. Cobra did some diabolical cooking videos to drag himself into deletion, I think. Ah, that's a bummer. That's sad. It's always sad to see shit like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to fucking grandstand for anybody or anything like that. But like there is definitely like a variation when it comes to like different classifications of lolcow. Like there's definitely people who are like, okay, this person is just like, you know, kind of cringe, kind of stupid. A wallpaper injury crashed. Oops. Nope. Okay. Hold. Okay. We're good. Hold on. Okay. All right. We're good. Everything's good. We just had stuff crash in the background, but it's all good. The bottom of the bottom would be horror cows, if I remember correctly. I haven't heard of them, but fucking I'm always down for the fucking lowest part of an iceberg. Fucking I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say like I don't know if anybody can really top Chris Chan, but like I've seen some fucking strong contenders. I've seen some crazy competition. I think Chris Chan's whole thing is just like it feels a lot worse because there's a lot more documentation. Hold it there. And then he's gonna be like, oh my god. Explain the absolute to me. Do it. Yes, I'm testing you. You guys are stupid and wrong. A crude summary. You have more to learn of our faith, novice. Blah 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 blah. Perhaps you can help me. I'm looking for the druid Halson.
I don't know any druids.
That's you. That's what you sound like. God, I hate both of these people. They're so annoying and dumb and easy to fucking stab in the mouth. Why are you out here? The wilderness is a dangerous area. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What happened to your brother?
I told Edward not to look in that cave.
I'm gonna survive the crash if you find me. No. You need to find the beast and avenge your brother. Okay, so here's the thing. One of the rules of the challenge, or like one of the like rules that we like more recently discovered is like no long breaks outside of like major story, major boss fights, right? The closest major boss fight is going to be the Void Spider. I feel like we can make that happen. I might deviate slightly. I try to do things in like a certain order, right? So what I would do is I would do stuff in the Blighted Village, get Shovel, fight the Void Spider, get Lump and his group, Lump the Enlightened, get him and his group, and then I would go do the stuff in the Risen Roads, go to the Toll House, talk to the dude, go to Karlach, go back to the dude, kick his ass, and then have Karlach. I think what I'm going to do is jump across the river, get Karlach, like after doing this whole thing. I'm going to tell them to go and fight the fight the owlbear, and then I'm going to go up to Scratch, talk to him real quick, and then I'm going to jump across the river, talk to Karlach, get her on the team, And then, I don't know. Would we count the Knights of Tyr as a boss fight? Would we count that as a boss fight? Because if that's the case, then we would do a long rest after going back and fighting them, or we just jump back across the river, go to the Void Spider, fight, kill it, long rest. Right? That's what I'm thinking. And then after we do the long rest, then they're going to be dead because they fought an owlbear because they're dumb as shit. Bye, losers.
Strain your live while let its host's memories go to waste.
Wisdom, probably.
Its experience.
Yeah, because I have strength, but I have a debuff from strength. 18, let's go. Okay.
Your muscles.
Let's do this just for shits and gigs.
Corpse regards you lifelessly.
If it has a legendary action, should that be the rule of thumb? I'm bad at picking up on legendary action. So when it comes to the Knights of Tyr, what would be the legendary action for them? The Tyr Paladin is level 5. He can be a tough one early. Yeah. Like I remember having, like, when I was originally playing this, I remember kind of like it was the Harpies and then the Knights of Tyr where I was like, whew, these fucking things got hands. Holy shit. But then, like, in subsequent playthroughs, more so specifically because I play with an unlocked team, they're not really that big of a challenge. Look at all them slammies and sausages. Why is this salami and an Iron Maiden? Why has it got fishnets on? The fuck? Fucking sexy salami. Unreal. Ridiculous. Okay. So yeah, let's go and do that. Let's go do that thing. That thing that I said. Because if we go into the owlbear's cave, we're gonna fucking die. But yeah, I guess that's more so the stipulation. Like, are we going to count the Knights of Tyr as a, like, boss fight? I guess that's another thing. Would we technically count the spiders there as like a mini boss fight? Because I think in the mod that adds like more enemies and stuff, I think that is counted as a mini boss. I think. Maybe. It should say under the creature names the HP and other abilities. Huh.
Keep moving, stranger. I told you to go.
And I don't remember if specifically like the leader of the Knights of Tyr. I don't remember if he has something like that. But maybe that would be a good indicator, like if they have like a like, you know, if they have like a Dark Souls name about them, right? Fucking I think the Void Spider technically has like one of those like epithets about them. Like a name that they're known by. I think that the Void Spider has something like that. Let's watch on. That mod adds a few real deal bosses. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing I'm like not really like not looking forward to, but one of the things that I'm a bit more wary about, because it's like with a lot of the bosses I know how to like handle them and how to take them on and stuff like that. But then there's like these new things and it's like, oh my god, how difficult is it actually going to be? Am I going to get my fucking ass handed to me? Whatever, your friend.
Creatures he describes.
No.
Canoles. Okay. I'm gonna take the notes and stuff, because if I remember correctly, they can be turned in later on. Wait, where's it? Oh no, yeah, it is here. This is where I cross. But yeah, so like, because they're just like unknown variable bosses, I'm not exactly sure like how I'm gonna go about, you know, fucking them up and shit like that. Because there are like a lot of even like in the vanilla game, there are a lot of bosses that sort of have like a gimmick about them. Fuck, what's that big metal guy that you fight in the Underdark at the forge? I forget what his name specifically is, but yeah, he's one.
Would be paid for.
I'm trying to think of some other ones. I know there's a couple of other ones, but like Grim, that's it. Yeah, Grim's fucking rough. Even if you know how to fight him, he's a sumbitch. There we go.
Excellent choice.
Gale, use those calf muscles.
May it please, mistress.
There we go. But yeah, so like that's kind of the thing that I'm like concerned about at the moment, where it's like I'm gonna run into a situation. Ooh, hey, here we go. Grab that. I'm going to run into a boss like that has some sort of like special condition in order to kill them, and I'm going to like be fucking too smooth brained to pick up on it, and I'm gonna get my ass handed to me, and then I'm gonna fucking lose the run. If you know how to truly fight him, the little flame guy are the only real threat. I mean, like, yeah, but the Grim has a lot of like setup with him, right? Like you gotta do the setup right in order to like actually take him out. I remember seeing like a couple of like sort of cheesy ways to take him on. I know there's one that involves like a druid and turning him into an owlbear and then like jumping down onto him, and I think that deals like a crazy amount of damage that will actually kill him. And then I saw somebody. It seemed like they did something that caused the press to hammer down like multiple times in one move. I don't know if that was like a glitch or something like that, or if I just like misunderstood what specifically was happening in the video, but it seemed to like instantly knock him out. You're the 100 Karlach, right? Yeah.
Bloody right.
Stand down. You saw the same thing I did. Yeah, you're a stubborn bitch.
I'm Carla.
I'm Leaf.
Zariel liked it.
Is that where it came from? So they were thing. Fuck yeah. Let's get Karlach upgraded. Grim can be cheesed with mirror illusion and bow, but that kind of kills the fun and challenge. Yeah, and it's like, you know, every once in a while cheese stuff is kind of like the best way to do it. But then there's a lot of other times where it's like, this feels like a little too cheesy, you know? Okay, yeah, Berserker. Oh yeah, using mirror illusion, minor illusion to lure him to the hammer, and then you just shoot a level. Yeah, you shoot the lever to hit the hammer, and you do that a couple of times. Yeah, and like I mean, I guess that does technically work. Like that's the optimal situation, but it always, because he'll only go after the person that like attacked him, and then I think if you do the press, that technically counts as an attack, so he'll target you. I think that's how it goes. And that's the least cheesy way to do it safely. Yeah. But yeah, it can kill the fun and the challenge. Yeah. And that's more so, especially with this playthrough. We kind of have to like avoid, I guess it's more so like glitches, right? Like we can't do glitches, we can't do barrelmancy, stuff like that. So it's like we could probably do something like that because it's just cheesing, right? It's not like actually going against the honor of the battle or of the challenge. It's just kind of a little bit like, you know, probably actually should have gone there. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll go back to the Emerald Grove, and then.
Hey, we're still going after those paladins, right? Can't leave Zariel's bruisers.
Yes.
Good news.
Okay, cool. Yeah, 'cause there's not really much we can do at camp. We can't really do anything at camp. And if you're out of, okay, yeah. If you're out of his attack range, he'll go to the closest thing, so the illusions. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because like there's with like a lot of the enemies, a lot of the like bosses in the game, right? I'm gonna have to like look up. I'm probably gonna have to like do a little bit of research, right? We can't really like do any like pre-game buffs, like pre-fight buffs. We're not allowed to do that. So I'll probably do like some research, like the best ways to take him down, right? Because like, I don't know. I again, with sort of the way that we're doing this challenge run, with like having an unlocked team, and you know, having everybody along for the ride, I feel like it's still going to make a lot of these like harder challenges easier. For the most part, I'm not really looking forward to having to fight Kethram Thorm for the final time. That's gonna That's gonna be a bitch. that fight was rough the first time I went through it. If you need help, I can try to help because I use that method to get early XP. I mean, like, yeah, I also like take him out, but like, yeah, I think I should be able to do it. Worst case scenario, like I know how to do it myself, so it shouldn't be much of a thing. Again, because we're going to have so many extra bodies on the battlefield, it'll make a lot of these fights like a lot easier, I think. But yeah, I think for some bigger enemies, I think I just need to do like a little bit of extra research just to, you know, figure out how to do it in like the most optimal way. That way we don't have anybody like actually legitimately die in like an unfair sort of manner, right? Another thing is to use Mage Hand to trigger the surprise attack with the fire guys near the mithril. Yeah, I remember using I think if I remember correctly, I used Mage Hand. I think I used it a couple times specifically to like trigger the like activate the lever, right? I would have like everybody sort of like stationed around the platform, and then like depending on where he is, I would attack him with like different characters, and then like get him to move in that direction. And then when he was on the plate, then I would have Mage Hand activate the lever. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that it can be done. And I think it's gonna be really interesting once we get to it in this playthrough, specifically with a lot of the stipulations that we have on our plate. But for right now, I think this is gonna be where we're gonna wrap up the stream for today. Yeah. So tomorrow's stream, we're gonna be back tomorrow for more Baldur's Gate 3. And this time we're not going to immediately get fucking absolutely destroyed by the owlbear, because we're gonna be smart about it. At this point, I would say that the only real concern that I have is the workout's over. I'm back. How's everything? We're just wrapping up, actually. We were talking about like the best ways to go about fighting some of the stronger enemies, like the more gimmicky enemies, like Grim and in the Underdark and stuff like that. I feel like we're gonna have a decent time against the Void Spider. I can like kind of prep for it by taking out the eggs ahead of time. I don't think there's anything in our rule book for how to do a bald lock run that specifically says anything about that. But yeah, there are sort of like a number of factors that are working like against us in this specific regard. Take out the 100. Wow. Take out the eggs 100% because it's just stealth. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just stealth. I can't see any reason why that would be considered like a violation of the challenges. We're just getting stealth attacks done. It's not my fault that they just die instantly. But yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow for more Baldur's Gate 3, the Bald Lock run. The only thing I'm really concerned with at this point specifically is the gnolls. The gnolls are kind of a pain in the ass. There is a way that I can get the leader of the gnolls. I forget what her name is specifically, but there is a way that I can get her on our side as an additional ally, and then after we kill everybody, we can sort of like convince her to like eat herself effectively. It's fucking insane, actually. But it's a weird interaction, and I found that it doesn't always work exactly right. I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like run up to the location and immediately talk to her without being like discovered beforehand. And then it actually like enters the engagement where you need to use like your illithid powers to control her and stuff like that. So that's going to be interesting, because if that doesn't trigger, then we're just going to have to fight all the gnolls plus the boss gnoll. So that's gonna be rough. Can't you tame the leader by letting her get to you? It is buggy. She would also count because I think she has a legend. Yeah, she does have a legendary weapon. Ooh, that's an interesting point. If they have a legendary weapon, then they could count as a boss. Interesting. I guess that would mean she counts. But yeah, it is one of those things where like it's kind of a weird interaction. It's a little buggy, but like if we can do it, we're gonna have a much better time. If not, again, we should still be fine. The gnolls are kind of assholes. But I think we should be able to. I think we should be able to take on the fight pretty easily. But yeah, so after in tomorrow's stream, we're going to, let me pull up the map here. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's why. Yeah, we're gonna pick up where we left off. We're gonna run back over here. We're gonna fuck around in the blighted village. We're gonna drop down. We're gonna take on the void spider. Should be fucking easy peasy. That's going to count as a boss. I meant attack action. Oh, interesting. You attack her first, and that engages. That activates the conversation. I don't feel like that's correct, but I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Oh, legendary action. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, I'll do a little research just to figure out how to like properly trigger that, because again, if we don't trigger it, it's gonna make the fight a little bit more of a pain in the ass. If we can trigger it, it's gonna be much easier. But that's what we're gonna do tomorrow though. Before even fucking trying to fuck with that, because again, gnolls are a pain in the ass at this point. Tomorrow's stream, we're gonna come back over here. We're gonna go to the blighted village. We're gonna goof around. We're gonna go and get Shovel. We're gonna get the book. We're going to fight the void spider. That's gonna count as a boss fight. And then we'll be able to long rest, and it'll be good. What the fuck? Find mole. I did. The fuck are you talking? Maybe I needed to talk to her a little bit more. That's probably what it is. But yeah, so that's what tomorrow's stream is going to be. It seems like all signs are pointing towards us being able to do the secret stream tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for that. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I've never gone the auto cannibalism route. It's crazy. Like it's if you're just playing as like a team of 4, it's vital. It is super helpful, because in just a team of 4, she is a very strong enemy, and she can beat your ass and do some serious damage. So if you don't succeed in that auto cannibalism stuff, you're gonna have a rough time after fighting a pack of gnolls twice, most likely. It's a gauntlet. But yeah, because we have an unlocked team, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be able to get through it. No problem. But yeah, so that's what tomorrow's going to look like. We're very likely going to be doing the secret stream 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to do Baldur's Gate 2. Sorry, wow, 2. We're going to be continuing with our Bald Lock run at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it's going to be great. If you enjoyed this stream, like, comment, share, subscribe, ring the bell if you're on YouTube, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch or on TikTok. If you want to see more content from me, check out the links in the description. On YouTube, if you're on Twitch, or check the description if you're on YouTube, below the stream if you're on TikTok, and if you're on Twitch, and the bio if you're on TikTok. Let's see, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Blue Sky, Discord. Join the Discord, super awesome. Links to all of those are going to be in the description, and the Adamcast podcast. Tune in very soon, where we sit down and talk with again, I can't remember the actress's name, but the gal who played Nikki in Obsession, because she's apparently cracked at Fallout New Vegas. So that's close enough. But yeah, I got a couple of perspectives, a couple of people that I want to bring on the podcast. I just need to actually get a hold of them, and then 2, sit them down for an interview. I try not to talk about like the new people that I'm bringing on, especially if I haven't interviewed them yet. I reached out to Ropiket, current like ongoing lead developer of Fallout Coos Bay, but also active hired employee developer at Bethesda. When we last had him on the podcast, we were talking. He was like actively developing Starfield. He had like a work computer that specifically had an earlier build of Starfield on it. So really looking forward to bringing him back on. He's a busy guy, so we'll see what happens. I think he said that he'd be on to he'd be down to come back on. But there's a lot of other people I'm interested to bring on. I don't want to spoil nothing, but we got a lot of interesting people already on the podcast. So go give that a listen, check it out. Pick your flavor. Zach Finfrog, Eleonora, King Gath, Court, fucking Jonah Loeb, the guy that made the fucking Death Claws. Lots of great people. Lots of fantastic people. There's a shortcut to the top part from where you find Scratch. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Right here. Yeah, that's where we went to go get the Karlach. Yeah. But yeah. Do all that great stuff. Yeah. I said that. And then my brain just immediately autofilled because like that's Cinnamon Toast Ken's outro. And he says like, do all that great stuff. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. And like, I can't do that. don't steal Ken's outro. But yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. We're going to be doing the secret stream. We're going to be doing more Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be great. You're going to enjoy it. The weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. You guys have a great day, a great night, great morning, wherever it is you happen to be. Stay safe, drink water, eat good food, and get a little bit of outside time. Get some fucking grass time. I'm going to right now because holy Jesus fucking Christ, it is warm in my room. I need to go outside where it's not fucking 10 degrees hotter, 5 degrees hotter at minimum than in my room right now. I need to let it fucking air out. Gee whiz. All right. You guys take it easy. Stay safe. Thank you for stopping by. Really, really appreciate it. Really help it out. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, bye-bye. Bye. Oh, God. Bye. I'm waving with the little hand here. Bye.